Council Bergman.
Present.
Council Economo.
Present.
Council Gaffney.
Here.
Council King. Council Lukes.
Here.
Council Merrill Carlson. Council Rivera.
Here.
Council Rosen.
Here.
Council Russell.
Here.
Council Toomey.
Here.
And Mayor Petty.
Here. Okay, what if we just go right to the fire department since they're here and page 165. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Chief. And any questions? Councilor Economo?
Just really a comment, Mr. Chairman. Really, I just wanted, a couple weeks ago I had an opportunity to do a ride along, and I just want to say it's truly an eye-opening experience. If you haven't done it, I recommend it, to see what the men and women of the department deal with. But even listening to the scanner this past winter, I think it was right around Valentine's Day when we had that cold snap, I think within a matter of a few hours there were 3 pretty substantial fires around the city. And just listening to how it all went down and how it was handled, we truly do have a professional department, and I put them up against anybody. My concerns, Mr. Chairman, really have to do with apparatus, the condition of the buildings, and I know in the last year the manager has looked at that and has taken steps to address those, and I just want to make sure as we go forward that continues to take place.
Chief, how will you introduce everybody at the table so that all the councils know who everybody is?
To my left, Deputy Chief John Sullivan, Administrative Assistant Michelle Esposito, and to my right, Deputy Chief Mike Lavoie.
Okay, thank you. Council Toomey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Chair of Public Safety, I too have great regard for the men and women of the Worcester Fire Department, and actually was out at one of the fires that Councilor Economo mentioned, the first of that night, and I know how difficult it was for the men and women at that time, and I really applaud the administration of the fire department for being forward-thinking and making sure that you have a second set of turnout gear for the officers. I think that kind of hit home. It's incredibly important. Is there, I know this year that we're working on continuing to buy equipment and continuing to take a look at improving our facilities that sorely need it. Are there other things that we have that we're looking toward to do above and beyond that if we could?
Through the chair. Councilor, we're continually trying to keep our numbers up. As you know, we're putting on another class this year, hopefully in October. Our projections looked at 24 positions, so that's what we budgeted for. I have the word through the manager that if we go over the 24, we will get that number to where we want. If we need to go to 26 or 28, we will do whatever it takes to keep that complement where it needs to be to keep the citizens here in the city of Worcester and safe, and also keeping the firefighters safe as well.
Well, that's a through you, Mr. Chair, to the chief. That's a critical point, and it's something that I know is paramount for everyone. And our men and women that are out there providing public safety for us, I mean, they're not just doing just fires. They're doing all sorts of calls out there, a lot of health calls and first responder. And I know the night that I was out on the police ride, we ran into the fire department all the time with the large number of mental health and safety calls that were out there as well. And I know that your men and women are highly trained and highly regarded. for the work that they do. Now we've got this class coming up that's graduating, and then we've got another class coming on. Are you looking to continue? What's the numbers? What do the numbers look like in the future?
Right now, with the 30 that are in the class that is slated to graduate next week, we're still 15 down from our 406 complement, which is the number the prior administration came up with to keep the trucks fully staffed, and with vacations and sick outs and things of that nature, we're still at a safe level with that 406.
Was the 406 with, through you, Mr. Chair, to the Chief, was the 406 with 3 on a truck?
More like 4.
4. That's what we need to do 4 on a truck.
Correct.
So that's certainly something that we need to work for. But I know, and I'm sure my colleagues would agree, if you talk to or have gone into any of the firehouses, the men and women work very hard to work with what they've got, and pretty creative in making sure that the tools and equipment are safe. And I know that we can certainly always use help, but I want to thank you for everything that you do. And you know, just what about training? How's that? Do we actually get any income for training other
outside firefighters? On occasion, that's happened. This time with the 30 recruits, we weren't able to put any extra from a town where they have the Department of Fire Service right out here in Stowe. They're usually going to go there. But as a rule, no. Other than the burn tower that we have down there, outside departments will come down on a Saturday and use our burn tower. We charge a small fee for that.
Okay. All right. I can't say anything other than thank you so much for the incredible first-rate work that you all do. Thank you.
Council Lukes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up on some of the points that Councilor Toomey brought up, do you know what the percentage of fire suppression calls versus first responder and miscellaneous calls are?
Chief.
Through the chair, I do have those numbers.
It's a predictable question.
The total numbers of runs to incidents in 2015 were 32,045. That's up approximately 3,000 from the prior year and another 4,000 from the year prior to that. Out of that 32,000, 20,097 were EMS calls.
That's a big percentage.
So about two-thirds.
It's standard across the country. Possibly 65 to 70% of all responses are EMS.
How many building fire suppression calls? Because a lot of those fire suppression are random brush fires, car fires, etc.
Right. Fires in 2015 were 1,477. Rescues could be any type, auto accident, extrication, etc. 284. The auto accidents, 1,752. Good intent calls, which we get there and found out they really didn't need us. Those are up about a little over 2,000.
Do we charge for those calls?
I'm sorry?
Do we charge for those calls?
No, the citizens of the city of Worcester's tax base
Yeah. Okay. How about
for that.
false alarms?
We would charge for a false alarm to a company if they didn't repair their alarm system. We'll go to one or two, and then we'll send them a letter saying, you need to do something with your alarm system. And if they don't, then we can fine them.
Do we have very many of those?
No, we don't.
Oh, we don't. Good. We've educated the public then.
I'm sorry?
I said we've educated the public.
We try to, yes.
Yeah. Summer schedule is coming up, and vacations and sick time, etc. Are we going to close any fire barns?
We won't be closing any fire stations, no. What we will do on occasion, obviously this past year, we were pretty low staffed. we'll go down to a number of 66 per shift. What that does is that makes us go down to the three-man truck, and we'll end up have to shutting down one engine company for that shift. And what we do is we revolve which truck we do shut down, and we'll only shut down an engine company that is in a dual engine house, so the area is still well protected.
So in spite of the fact you have, you're 13 down,
We're 15 down
15
on top
down?
of the 30 recruits, so we're actually 45 down on the line.
and you still don't anticipate a problem for the summer in spite of...
I don't. With the 30 recruits graduating, that's going to put a good amount of resources back out on the street. There could be some issues where I can't control the sick leave. We might run down to that number again, but we won't see the absences that we had of last summer.
And one last question. On page 166, there's a reference to year one of providing second set of turnout gear, $81,000. What does that mean?
And what we're doing is adding to the already account that we have on a yearly basis of $69,000. We added $81,000 to bring the total to $150,000, so we can stop providing our firefighters with a second set of turnout gear. The fire that Councilor Kate Toomey mentioned that evening, we had 3 fires. We had a 2-alarm fire and 2 back-to-back 3-alarm fires. The firefighters didn't have a chance to change out that gear and wash it. All the cancer studies now are saying that these fires that these firefighters are going into on a regular household emitting more chemicals than a hazardous material incident. So they want to get that gear back to the station. We have extractors in 6 of our 10 stations that wash the turnout gear, but obviously they need something else so they can move on to the next incident.
So I was not questioning the need. What I was questioning was the year one of providing a second set.
What we did was put together what it would cost through supplying all the firefighters with a second set of turnout gear. And the price was $600,000. And what we try to do is maintain a level of responsibility here and start turning over the gear now in a 4-year program at $150,000 a year.
So if the council votes this tonight, how many firefighters will not have a second set?
We'll figure a quarter of the department will get their second set, and the following year another quarter of the department will get their second set. So it's going to take 4 years before every firefighter has 2 sets of turnout gear.
Okay, because there was some publicity on this recently because of the Boston Fire Department need for equipment and a spouse, I guess, of a firefighting starting a fundraising effort to get, I guess, washers and dryers in each building.
Right.
So it is, until then I didn't realize what a serious problem it was.
The studies are pretty extensive with the cancer rates for firefighters across the country. And these are some of the items that we can address and be proactive and mitigate that situation as best we can.
Well, I'm asking this administration to be more proactive. We have 81,000 coming out of operations. So we've had a question about whether we should go into operations, budget, or a loan. And if we're going to have 3/4 of our department not covered until 4 years from now, starting now, my motion would be to cut the 81,000, not because I want to cut the equipment, because I want to fund it all at once so that everybody has equal protection, and ask administration to take out a loan for that money so everybody could be equipped at the same time. So that would be my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Manager?
Well, certainly I support the intent behind the councilor's motion. I would just say this is how the city for the last 10 years, and I'm sure you're familiar with this, has paid for the first set of turnout gear. So we were just following suit how we've done the last 10 years of making sure that everybody had the first set of turnout gear paid for by the city, not how it was done before, where each firefighter would get their own equipment of turnout gear. And then it has to be replaced because there's a 10-year life on the equipment. So we have to constantly be in a cycle of replacing the first set of turnout gear that ages out. So again, that's kind of the way we've been managing these big ticket items. So I don't know if you want to have us do the whole first set as well out of the capital budget. It does get tricky because we're doing a $600,000 rescue vehicle out of the capital budget. We're doing some new air compressor equipment because we're using the town of Auburn's right now. All of ours is broken. And we're doing some major rehabs to fire stations in order to catch up on a number of years of deferred maintenance. So it does make it difficult to fit this in as much of a priority as it is. So we handled this in the same way we did the first set of the turnout gear. We were handling the second set of the turnout gear.
I understand the logic of that response. However, I also understand that if we don't provide this kind of safety net for our firefighters, it's only going to come back to haunt us in disability and injured on duty claims. So what you take away with one hand, the other hand is going to throw back at you. And I would press my motion for the entire amount to be funded this year so all our firefighters are covered and we don't give certain firefighters preference in terms of their health and safety. So
Well, we can't.
that's the motion on the floor.
We can't add to the budget, but we can cut the budget. But
Could I add to that
I'm
about
cutting
the
the
turnout
budget.
gear? The turnout gear, we don't want to buy it all at the same time. We don't want it to age all at the same age, because then we'd be looking for another $600,000, or probably more, because the price would go up higher. What we like to do is have it where we started buying, we being the City of Worcester administration, started buying firefighter turnout gear in 2010. In 2010, it took up till now for every firefighter in the City of Worcester to have city-bought turnout gear. So we're going to start by getting the guys that we got their first turnout gear back in 2010, and that's how we were going to go. So we thought it was a prudent maneuver financially.
Well, I understand that, and I also know that technology changes all the time, and the cost along with the technology changes. So 10 years from now, we may have a whole different type of protection for firefighters. And that's why I'm pressing this, because I really don't want to look at one group of firefighters and give them preference over another. They all should have the same protection.
okay, I'm going to oppose it, and just only because I agree with the chief and city manager. I'm going to support them, and also then we have to expand on the capital budget and go over the parameters that we do in the capital budget each year. So, you want to talk on this issue, Councilor Toomey?
On that particular issue, Mr. Chair, I mean, I understand the councilor's question, certainly consideration for the safety of the men, which I'm sure is paramount with the chiefs. And when I asked if there's anything that we would like, this is a perfect thing for, perhaps one of our community partners to perhaps help us with as well. But I certainly do understand the rationalization of not wanting to get it all at the same time. And it doesn't mean that it's not going to be at the station to be used by each shift. I mean, we only have, how many people per shift do we have on, what is it, 3 shifts?
There's 4 shifts.
4 shifts.
Anywhere between, we'd like to see the number up to 92 per shift, but it can go as low as 66. That's the number we'll start backfilling for. We won't let it ever go down below 66.
Okay. And the second set, is this something that would have people's names on it, or would they be able to?
This would be issued gear. It would be issued to one. They're custom fitted, so.
They are custom fitted?
Correct.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. If someone wanted it in the meantime, could they purchase it?
Out of their own pocket, sure.
Which is what they were doing before anyway.
That's correct. We
Okay.
would have them, uphold our standards.
Right, and they couldn't take that off on their taxes, but it's our intent to provide it. Is this something that you could perhaps next year look at including in the budget instead of doing a 4-year out, maybe a 2 or 3-year out?
we feel it's going to stay in the budget forever, that $150,000 for turnout gear, only because of the fact that
At least that.
right, we're going to
Because
have
of
the people that
technology.
have gotten gear back in 2010 are going to
Right.
need new gear. So it's going to be a revolving situation.
Right.
We're always going to be buying turnout gear.
Right.
And
right.
also, the boots are going to wear out. We'll be buying those as well.
How long do those last? Through you, Mr. Chair? The boots?
Boots?
Mm-hmm.
More than the turnout gear, possibly, but they wear out.
Yeah, I mean, they're
5 years.
putting it on and wearing it in very difficult circumstances.
Okay.
Certainly, as I said, Mr. Chair, I mean, we have people in the community that, I'm sure would, if they wanted to help, they could. But I have to respect what they're recommending as well.
Okay. I think the third reason would be too, because we already invested. I think in this capital budget, you have a lot of money invested in the fire department, and also in the another class being invested in, and the stations being invested in.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, where you have in the CDBG unexpended balances about $600,000 going for major rehabs to 4 fire stations. The capital budget we'll be sending into the council this coming Friday includes tax levy capital for 2 other stations for rehabs, a $600,000 rescue truck. We're expecting next week delivery on 2 engine trucks. That's in addition to a $1 million ladder truck that we purchased last year, half with CDBG money, half with tax levy money, as well as some of this other smaller equipment. So we've been making a very concerted effort to kind of catch up, quite frankly, with a backlog of needs in terms of apparatus. The average age of our apparatus is over 16 years. So there's a big backlog in terms of the age of our apparatus, as well as our fire stations. I've had a chance to tour all the fire stations, look in depth, and there was a lot of deferred maintenance there, everything from roofs to boilers, and we're trying to catch up on that in one big leap. So we are trying to, I think, do the things the councilor is talking about, is kind of making sure our firefighters are as safe as possible. And so we thought we could do apparatus, fire stations, other equipment, and out of the budget continue to buy a second set of turnout gear in the same fashion and in the same kind of schedule that won't have us having a $600,000 bill every 4 years for all new sets of turnout gear.
Okay. On this issue, Councilor Gaffney was going to ask a question.
Yes. I guess the issue that I think Councilor Lukes is trying to press forward is that we're using operational budget monies for capital investments. And I think we've had this discussion when we were discussing this budget to begin with. And I know what we're trying to do constantly is stick within our 5-point plan, which is the $25 million in borrowing. I'm not suggesting we should borrow more, but what we're actually doing here is they're taking, in some circumstances, one-time expenses. We're putting that into the budget, which means that, once that's resolved, we're going to have a lot of extra money, I would suppose, because it was a one-time expense, according to the auditor's report. We're also using here what is essentially a capital item in operational. Now, phasing is fine, and I think the mayor's point with regards to the fact that all we can do is cut the budget. We can't transfer funds around, which is why I agreed once this budget came out that my plans for transferring of funds were dead in the water. But here's the problem, and here's why I would support Constantina Lukes' motion, is we really have to get away from funding capital issues with operational costs. It isn't technically proper. It put things in the wrong column, and it just continues to increase the tax burden, on our residents when we're just flipping from one portion of the money to the other. I've seen some efforts with regards to even with we could look at this from free cash, but from what I've seen with the transfers of WRA money last week, we're probably trying to make sure we don't have any free cash. So we got to get away from funding capital from operational, and that's why I would support her motion. I don't know, and it's been pointed out, and the chair is absolutely correct, we can't transfer monies. We can't say, okay, buy it all at once. And that doesn't even sound like a good idea, but that could be a small portion of the capital portion of the budget. And maybe at some point when you're looking at these some numbers, you even start looking at the 5-point plan, because I think at this point, I don't want anybody to take this harshly, but it seems like we're trying to make sure that we stick to that plan so much that we're sneaking in at other places, and maybe that's an issue next year that we revisit as far as what our overall capital outlook for the budget looks like.
Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman, this is an issue that I brought up at a previous meeting about using this as an example and using some other items on the budget as an example. And I had expressed an interest in the manager and his team to basically look at the current financial situation in the markets to see if there was room to go a little bit higher on the over and above the normal borrowing ability through the financial plan because of the low interest rates. I don't know if the manager or his team have had a chance to address that, because my concern is, to be honest with you, I'm ready to support this because I do believe this should be on the capital side. But, and a very big but, if the manager cannot assure me right now that this money will be available on the borrowing side, I'm not ready to pull it away from the firefighters, because I want the firefighters to at least have 25%. I mean, the chief knows better than I do, and the manager knows better than I do about phasing them in. But I tend to agree. I don't want to say no to any firefighter having any of this equipment.
Mr. Manager?
So I totally appreciate the issue around capital versus operational. And again, in this case, we followed what the city's been doing for 10 years. So I didn't invent this as a new strategy. We followed what has been going on previously in terms of turnout gear. And again, there was a logic behind it. It was not just how to squeeze it in, but there was the logic because you're going to have huge bills every so many years in order to completely replace this equipment when it ages out. And so in this case, it's $600,000 or whatever the cost would be 4 years from now for another set for the entire fire department. Those get to be big numbers that are competing for parks, other fire equipment, apparatus, police vehicles, etc. I have, and I'm going to ask Mr. Zadelis to speak to the councilor's item in terms of looking at the 5-point plan, because I'm all for that. But at this stage, if I was going to take and do this out of capital, it means I'd have to go back to the capital budget, which I essentially have done and is coming into the council on Friday's calendar, and make other adjustments, which obviously is possible. Just means other stuff would have to
before
get.
Mr. Zadelis answers that, what is the life expectancy of this equipment? Is it only 4 years, or is it something that they use for multiple years in the future?
Turnout gear NFPA recommends 10 years.
Okay, so it is something that we're going to be using for a long time. It's not something that's going to be replaced every 4 years. Hopefully, unless it's damaged, of course.
Right. The second set of gear that we're looking to purchase now is going to back up the first set of gear, which, again, we started buying back in 2010. So obviously, in 4 years, that gear is going to have to be replaced. So it's always going to be a revolving door. So if we don't have to do it, if we can keep that number at a manageable account number at $150,000 a year, to just keep ongoing replacing gear as it ages, along with the repairs of some of the gear, the boots, helmets, all 10 years now, NFPA standards.
So, Mr. Chairman, through you to the chief, that if you had the ability to buy more than the 25%, would it be something that would be feasible, or would you still phase it in?
He just answered that. He said no, but Chief, go ahead.
Excuse me, I must have missed that then.
The second set of gear?
If you had the ability to get more than
Right.
25%, does it?
Would run into a huge number again, the 10 years when it's up. So if we can keep it as cyclical as possible,
Okay.
I think this was we looked at this and how to do it, and how prudent it would be financially to just up the operation budget account and continually doing this. It's always going to be there.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to reiterate again that I'm not looking to go off the 5-point plan if it's going to hurt our financial ability. I'm just wondering if our without adding an awful lot to our payback schedule, could we in fact borrow more, just like everyone else is borrowing more because of low interest rates? That's the only question.
Mr. Zadelis?
Through the chair to the counselor, after your request, the city manager tasked me with reviewing the 5-point plan, and timing-wise, it just so coincided with a rating call we had with Moody's. And in general terms, I spoke to the lead analyst from Moody's about what we were looking at, not getting down to the specifics of your request, but spoke in generalities in terms of the basic premise which the 5-point plan was adopted under, and said we were looking at potentially advancing it. Now, that was one of the 3 agencies. Sometime once this budget process ends, I'll be going back to another one of the agencies who I can have a totally off-the-record conversation with, because they don't represent the city, they represent investors, and talk about specifics. But at some point in time, as the manager referred to, we may be coming back with an amendment to the 5-point plan that may, in fact, if it doesn't raise any red flags with rating agencies, adjust certain parts of the 5-point plan.
Okay, Mr. Manager?
So just to make sure that's clear, I think we have a shared goal. If we can, without negatively influencing our bond rating, adjust the 5-point plan, come back to the council with a recommendation to adjust the 5-point plan to go above the $25 million in borrowing, I am open to that. What I don't want to do is do anything that jeopardizes our bond rating. So before we make any recommendations, that's why I asked Mr. Zadelis to run by the analyst to get their general sense of how this would be viewed, so we don't jeopardize that, in order to see if we can adjust that number up a little bit in order to do some additional borrowing, which would give us the option, if we chose, to do things like this, or the snow equipment or any other. There's plenty of requests. There's probably more than double the requests in terms of capital needs for the city than we're able to accommodate annually, whether it be fire apparatus or parks projects or streets and sidewalks or all the other things that we know are so critically needed. So.
Okay, Councilor Lukes. Councilor Russell, you finished? I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, my only ending to it is that so what the manager is saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Manager, what you're saying is that you would prefer that we leave this here because we still don't know yet, but later on, would you be able to pull this out, or are you thinking about borrowing even more for more items on top of everything else? I'm losing you. You're thinking about pulling that's my only question. We're pulling it out, or are we going to add more things?
My recommendation would be to leave it here. If we get, because timing-wise, we're not going to get the definitive answer and come back and adjust the 5-point plan in order to do this budget and the capital budget, which, like I said, is going to come in the end of the week. It wouldn't preclude us if they said, yes, you could raise it several $1 million to come back in next year's capital budget and do the next 3 years all at once in the capital budget. So that wouldn't be beyond the realm of possible.
Okay. Then Councilor Lukes.
This conversation has taken some twists and turns I didn't anticipate. My motion was just to cut the $81,000. Clearly, if we borrow $81,000 from our capital accounts, that's not going to be devastating. It's not going to affect the 5-point plan, even if my intent was that we buy everything at the same time. All I did was cut $81,000, and I can't believe that is such a burden on the 5-point plan that it can't be done right now. What is happening is we're putting the cart before the horse, and I can't vote on this budget if I don't know that this money is going to be available as operating expenses and possibly go into free cash to lower the tax rate. Now, so far, it doesn't look like we're cutting any money out. We're not lowering the tax rate. There's going to be no free cash. And it's a situation, I think, that is fraught with lots of danger signals, because our borrowing is occurring in a very limited basis in terms of our operational budget. We had $800,000 for equipment in one of our prior budget meetings, Normally, that could be borrowed, and I'm through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr.
On this
Zadalis.
issue.
What is, if we were to borrow money and go on the market to fund these operational costs and stick them into capital, what rate of interest would we have to pay?
Mr. Dallas? I'm sorry, do you want Mr. Manager? Go ahead, Mr. Dallas.
Through the chair to the counselor, and this is a qualified answer, our borrowing will be out in December. We will go to the long-term bond market in December, and that rate could be 4%.
Is that the lowest rate we've seen in recent years?
No, we've had slightly lower. We're projecting a slight uptick. We've had lower rates.
I thought you had. Given the fact that we have some of these numbers in limbo, which I feel very uncomfortable with, I'm just wondering, between now and next week, could administration get a response in terms of our ability to impact on the 5-point plan and borrow?
Through the chair to the counselor, I hate the short answer is no. Well, I have an answer from two of the three Wall Street rating agencies about changes to the capital plan by next Tuesday. Short answer is no.
Mr. Manager?
I just want to make sure we're clear. So when the council talks about cutting 81,000, the cost of buying a full set of second turnout gear for the entire fire department and continuing our first set replacement is $600,000. So we would have to get $600,000 out of the capital budget in order to accomplish what you said you wanted to do. So cutting the 81,000, that's fine. We would figure out what we had to do, but the cost isn't 81,000 out of the capital; it's 600,000 out of the capital.
My follow-up was just to deal with the 81,000, and instead of operational, put it in capital, and buy what the chief intended to buy with that 81,000.
Okay,
and
so
do it on that rotating basis. The point is, I'm concerned that we're dipping into operational funds so much so that there will be no free cash, which we have come to rely on in terms of lowering the tax rate. So go ahead.
just because at the beginning you said you were concerned about
I
the
was.
safety, and we wanted to do it all at once. So all at once is a $600,000
I understand
bill.
that.
So if we're going to only go back to the original plan and do it at 81,000, we certainly could figure out how to do it out of the capital budget. However, I want for the record, I didn't invent this strategy. This strategy's been in place for 10 years, and as far as I know, it wasn't objected to previously, dealing with the first set of turnout gear. So if the course is going to be changed now and people have objections now, that's fine. But this wasn't a new strategy.
I understand that.
invented by
This
me.
is just symbolic of our pattern of going into operations to pay for capital. And the amounts, the previous amounts were much higher than the 81,000. In terms of buying everything at one time, I understand the argument, and I'm saying that all I can do and this council can do is cut the 81,000. How the manager wants to allocate that in terms of purchases, it's up to you with the advice of the chief. So right now, I am limited to 81,000.
Yeah, we
the
heard you.
principle here is operating costs versus capital costs. Rate of interest to borrow on purchases that are going to last at least 10 years. That's it. They're not going to last 3 or 4 years. They're going to last 10 years. And we do that on that rotating basis. But given that, I just wanted to ask the chief, how many times in his memory have the members of the fire department actually purchased their own gear?
Chief?
Through the chair, Councilor, we always purchased our own gear up until 2010. Myself, being on a busy company my whole career, I always had 2 sets of gear. We didn't know anything about the cancer studies that they've done today, and very extensive. I put the same gear back on. I never washed it. If it got wet, we went to our second gear, but,
How's your health?
I don't know.
Okay. How much does the second year normally cost?
I'm sorry?
How much does that second set of
$1,500
$1,500?
each.
Has anybody ever gotten reimbursed, or have you found a way to reimburse anybody for buying their own gear?
At a hazmat incident, if we have a company that's obviously liable for the incident through their own fault or whatever, if our turnout gear got exposed to a hazardous material and we had to throw it away, we would go through the legal process to get our gear replaced.
How often did that happen, or does it happen?
It happens throughout the industry quite a bit. Here in the city of Worcester, probably, I can't recall. I think we had a titanium fire down on Shrewsbury Street, and our gear got a little ruined, but...
I'll have to say the whole problem becomes less compelling now that you told me. Until recently, everyone bought their own second set of gear.
Contractually, that went into the phase one back in 2010.
What does that mean?
Phase
did we
one
buy
of starting to we did was an inventory of everybody on the fire department's gear, dating, putting in what dates they were purchased and so forth. So every year we knew exactly who needed to replace their gear.
So you're
It is
saying
taken up until now, this year, where all Worcester firefighters have city-owned turnout gear. That's why we're phasing in.
Was that a contractual obligation on the part of the city?
Yes,
And
correct.
that happened in 2010.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Gaffney?
Okay, so I'm going to try to recap. So it appears that Council Lukes wants to take the $81,000 that was going to be used for buying a second set of gear and use that as a capital expense rather than operational expense, which I agree with because that's what it is. There was an issue that Council Russell brought up indicating, well, can we actually do that out of the capital budget? Where are we on the capital budget? And then I think I heard, and this is my clarification here, I think I heard the city manager indicate that next week on Friday in our packet we'll actually see what's in the capital budget, and then we'd actually be able to ascertain whether or not the $80,000 would be available from the capital budget. Am I correct to the chair of the city manager?
Mr. Manager?
So what I said was that the capital budget is done. It's my intention to send it to the council in their packet on Friday. If the council decided to cut the $81,000 out of this, I would go back, and before I sent to the council, I would figure out which parks project or which other place in the capital budget to make that adjustment in order to accommodate this, and then we would have to do that, I guess, every year going forward.
Well, yes, because we're going to start funding capital items out of capital instead of operation would have to come out of capital through the chair, correct?
And I guess then the instruction would be to do the same thing for the rotation of the original set that we're rotating on a regular basis. So again, if that's the direction the council wants to go, it would compete with all the other priorities and all the other priorities of the fire department. What we're trying to do is accommodate a lot of demands that we have as a city and trying to figure out the best way to do this. And so the second set of turnout gear we were paying for the same way that we were paying for the first set. No radical change in strategy. That, again, this is my third budget. I didn't hear any objections the first 2 years to how we were handling that. The one other case was the snow equipment. And again, it came from the snow budget. Again, the 5-point plan calls on us to budget the snow budget based on 5-year average of snow removal costs. So you're not going to get that back if we're going to keep fidelity with the 5-point plan. We're going to still have to budget for the same amount next year. So the one-time issue, but look, we'll figure out how to adjust and make whatever reductions in the capital budget as is ready to be sent to the council if necessary.
So just to clarify, because there's a long answer, I just want to clarify. So if we don't fund the $81,000 here, it could be picked up in capital, and what you're suggesting is some other items might be cut in capital, whatever those are. We don't know because we haven't seen the capital budget. You wouldn't have that to us until Friday. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll take a roll call. I'd just like to say this is a pretty good budget. The fire chief supports the way it's being funded. I'm going to support the chief. And you want to talk on this? Okay. Councilor O'Connell?
So I'm against cutting the money. One of my questions is, we've been doing this for, what, 6, 7 years now? Any issues whatsoever as to how this has affected our finances, our bond rating, through the chair to the
Mrs.
treasurer?
Ellis?
Through the chair to the counselor, short answer, no.
I'm not willing to jeopardize any money coming out of the capital improvements that may happen in District 1. If this has been working just fine over the last 6, 7 years, I say we stay on course, Mr. Chairman. In addition, if I could just follow up with one other question as it relates to this. The extractors for the 4 remaining stations, are those something that are coming, or where do you see that?
Through the chair, Councilor, the safety committee has been purchasing those extractors, so it's an ongoing purchase as well.
And again, I just look at this to be implemented throughout the city, because I know, as you had mentioned, you may be able to wash something and have it back in use later in the day. And then I'm just going to go back to my original question on capital improvements as we go forward in our budgets, whether it's this year, next year, or the following year. For equipment, I see engine 3's a spare. I don't know, how old's that truck? It's got to be all of 30 years old, maybe. I think I might have played on it at Green Hill Park. I don't know, did you guys take it out of retirement? But that's all. I look at the safety of the men, and I look at them being able to provide the service that we all expect from them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, roll call. So yes vote would be cut the 81,000, and a no vote would be not to cut the 81,000.
Council.
Before I do so,
Mr.
Councilor
Chairman,
Rivera.
I apologize. Could you clarify what you just said?
Councilor
Yeah,
Rivera
that was
said-
exactly what was the clarification.
So
Because, I mean, because if you cut the 81, isn't it say that the total would be having to do a loan for like 600,000?
Correct. Or 81,000.
So then we'd be cutting 81, but taking a loan for like
If the
600,000.
manager if he so chooses to do it that way.
Yeah, so that, okay.
No,
So-
I want to clarify on that.
Okay.
It wouldn't be for the 600,000.
Okay, we're going to go one at a time.
81.
Mr. Bergman is next.
Well,
and,
you gave the wrong answer. I just want to make sure Councilor Rivera is aware.
Okay.
It's
Well,
the 81,000. We're not doing the 600. We
But
can't
then
do that.
In order to get full equipment for everyone, it would cost, the total cost for everyone is over 600, I think
It
you
would
stated.
be, it's two ways. I didn't answer the question wrong. You want to cut 81,000, cut
Correct.
81,000. The manager can decide if he wants to put 81,000 in the capital budget to purchase this equipment, or he can purchase 600,000 and purchase it all at once, which the chief opposes.
Which would be in a loan.
Both is a loan, correct.
Correct, but definitely that's a big difference. And then, so if we cut the 81 without taking the 600,000 in loan, we essentially are not getting any gear. So we can't cut the 81 without taking on a $600,000 burden.
No, he can take the $81,000. We can make, if the council so chooses to make the cut, the manager can decide on his own. We can recommend, but he doesn't have to. He can put 81,000 in the capital budget, and to do that, he's going to cut something else out of the capital budget. Okay. So,
Mr. Chairman,
can
can I clarify this, Jim?
Sure.
We're looking at $150,000 for the annual price tag on the turnout gear. Right now, we get $69,000 a year for what we had been purchasing the first set of gear and repairs. So the number you keep throwing around, the 81,000, that was the difference that we were looking for, so we could go every year get 90 sets of turnout gear on top of what we do now.
Right.
So it's 150.
But she was just asking to cut 81, correct. She was asking to cut 81 of the 150. Okay. Mr. Manager?
No, yeah, I just want to make sure everybody's clear. So if the instruction of the council is to change the strategy you've been using for 6 years and pay for the replacement first set of turnout gear and for the beginning of the investment on the second set of turnout gear, that's $150,000. So you'll cut the fire department budget by $150,000 and look for me to make other kind of adjustments in the capital budget that would incorporate that when I submit it to you on Friday.
Okay, so it would be $150,000 cut then, if it's all operational, correct? Yeah, so the 150 is out of the operational budget, correct? So I guess the motion is to cut 150,000. You just want to stick with 81, Council Lukes. So your motion was to cut the 81,000 out of the 150,000 operational money. So there's 150,000 of operation that's under capital. You want to cut the 150 or the 81?
When I was looking at the at page 166, it referred to an amount of 81,000 only.
Okay, roll call.
And
on
now
81.
we're going to another number, which appears where in the budget?
The chief just explained it.
But what page are we on? I mean, this is a budget. Tell me what page the 150 is in.
Through
Through the chair, if I may, on page 166, the 81,000 is referring to the increase in the ordinary maintenance account.
Okay.
So the ordinary maintenance account is increasing by 81,000 due to that year one program. But the existing amount, not the increase, but the existing amount was the 69,000 that they were using initially to purchase the first round of turnout gear. The 81,000 is the net increase to accelerate that program and purchase the second set.
Okay, so where does that 150, where is that shown?
through the chair
In
to
the
the council,
budget.
if you turn to page 169,
Yeah.
where it summarizes the salary, the OM, and the overtime, in the line item called Other Supplies, you'll see the budget going from $247,947. That number is where the 61 currently resides, 69, excuse me. Over in the far right column, the recommended FY17 amount of $314,000 is where the additional appropriation, the 81,000, the increase between the 2 years is pretty much the 81,000 for the second set of turnout, the proposed turnout gear.
Gee, you know, if I didn't ask that question, I would suspect that transparency is a difficult concept to grasp when dealing with some of these numbers.
I
motion is on the
totally
floor.
reject that concept. This budget's pretty transparent. For you to say that, it's not called for. Okay. So we can roll call. So what's the cut? $81,000. Roll call.
Council Bergman.
No.
Council Economo.
No.
Council Gaffney.
Yes.
Council King.
No.
Council Lukes.
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson.
No.
Council Rivera.
No.
Council Rosen.
No.
Council Russell.
No.
Council Toomey.
No.
And Mayor Petty.
No.
Motion fails 2-9.
Motion approved. Oh, Council Russell.
Chairman, that's next. Just in general, though, the budget is very transparent, and it is all there. It's all up front. But what is not up front is the capital budget being just like out there that may come in next week, and then having some of these other items on the that may be moved to the capital budget. That's, you know, it's just a matter of, I think that the intent, my intent at least, is trying to see if some of those things could be on there instead of adding them to the tax levy.
Sure.
That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, Council Rivera. Okay, motion to approve. Those in favor, opposed, so award. Okay, roll call.
Council Bergman.
Yes.
Council Economo.
Yes.
Council Gaffney.
No.
Council King.
Yes.
Council Lukes.
No.
Council Merrill Carlson.
Yes.
Council Rivera.
Yes.
Council Rosen.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey.
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Budget approved 9-2.
Okay. So we have.
Through the chair, I'd just like to thank the council for approving the budget and give kudos to the city manager for listening to our concerns and being very proactive towards our safety. Thank you.
You are correct. There's a lot of investment going on in the fire department. Okay, so we have Health and Human Service Department. So we're going to go. We're going to break. I'm going to just leave it. The council knows. I'm going to leave about 20 minutes to 6 to go to graduation in a few minutes. Then I know you're going to break for dinner for about 6, or you can break at 20, or you can wait until we get back at a little bit after 7 to do health. But we're not going to. I doubt if we're going to get through it all. So, okay. So we'll start with health, and we'll go from there. We are on page 69, 75, and 85. Health and Human Services, 69. Any questions? Councilor Merrill Carlson?
Through the chair to Dr. Castile, just was wondering if you could share with us how combining the divisions under one HHS department help better coordinate and streamline your efforts.
Thank you. I think that having all the departments under HHS has they all intertwine together. So there are, and it actually adds to the ability to streamline what we do. And so all the programs that are under HHS work together, function together, are topics that we deal with in Health and Human Services and Public Health all integrate with one another. So it is essential for all of them to be together. Am I answering that?
Through the chair, just wanted to share what a great job you guys are doing, and it's been a pleasure working with you for my little time here on the council, which is 5 months. I appreciate all the work that you do. I think that oftentimes folks just don't know how much falls under this category. So thank you for all that you do.
Thank you.
Okay. Motion to approve.
Just taking a quick look through here, we get 300,000 increase in veterans benefits are noted here. Now, don't we still get a 75% reimbursement for that money?
Mrs. Zadelis?
Through the chair to the council, yes, we do, and that would be picked up in the front of this budget document in terms of a revenue. It doesn't go as a credit against the appropriation. It comes in the to the city in the form of a revenue.
When can we anticipate receiving that money?
Through the
come in a timely manner, or do we have to?
No, through the chair. They do reimburse it in a timely manner. There's a process where our treasurer certifies. Matter of fact, our treasurer and the veterans agent certify to the veteran services at the Commonwealth, and they audit and pay us back timely.
All right. Could you explain why we're experiencing a $300,000 increase?
To the chair, for the last few years, in fiscal year 11, we actually spent $1.4 million in ordinary benefits paid out to the veterans. And there was only a small increase in fiscal year 12. In fiscal year 13, we actually jumped up another $200,000 that was paid out to our veterans in benefits. And it keeps increasing by $100,000 to $200,000 increments on an annual basis. Last year, we actually spent $2 million annually in veterans benefits. So we didn't have enough in the budget to cover the last couple of years. We now have more clients. Last year, we actually had about 250 clients. At this point, we have, as of next week, we'll have 280. So our number of veterans has increased exponentially. And also our budget amount set by the state has also increased on an annual basis as well.
Can you explain what kind of benefits these are?
Yes, ma'am. It's financial assistance for low-income veterans, and we have medical reimbursement for co-payments for doctor visits, hospitals, and co-payments for prescriptions for our low-income veterans and their families.
And what is low income? What is the definition of that?
It's based off of the state welfare guidelines.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, through you to Mr. Zanelis, just is there any way of keeping track, maybe it's somewhere in here that I have missed it, but just basically what the services that we provide to the towns cost versus what they generate for revenue?
Through the chair, we attempt to do that in this budget. Both previously, we had the communications department. We have a section, as we do in the health department, that is listing the respective personnel for regionalism. We do have that in Department of Public Health. We also had it in the Department of Communications. And we show the respective credit, which is underwriting that. So we attempt to disclose that in the budget by grossing up the expense, netting it down, showing the credit coming in from the respective towns, getting a bottom line, tax levy allocation if need be.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, basically then, Mr. Zanelis, is it when we factor in, long-term expenses such as retirement benefits and those kinds of things down the road, is it costing us money to regionalize, or are we making money to regionalize? Or are we just hoping to break even at best?
Through the chair to the counselor, we assess pension costs in terms of regionalism. Can I say we're going to make money? No. Is our goal to break even? The short answer is yes.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, then have we met that goal?
Through the chair, I looked at it 2 years ago relative to the health department. We had, besides the regional agreements, we had a grant, and the name of the grant was DIG, and the last time I specifically looked at this was 2 years ago, and we broke even. I haven't looked at it since.
Mr. Chairman, just going forward next year, maybe, if we could ask maybe the manager, if the manager wants a comment, great.
I think he does,
actually.
Great.
Well, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councilor, all 6 towns renewed their MOUs with the city of Worcester. Each of them had a 2% increase in their payment to the city of Worcester to try to build in some additional kind of inflationary factor for the services that we provided. If you look at the cost of the public health department budget, last year was $440, this year's $321 for 25 FTEs. So most of the Department of Public Health's budget is supported by grants. Many of those grants are only able to be obtained because we are providing regional services. The state and a number of other funders really are trying to incentivize communities to do these regional approaches and will put grant dollars to follow communities that are pursuing these regional. Because if you think about it, many of the issues that you deal with from a public health point of view really need to be addressed in a regional way, not community by community. And so we have allowed ourselves to get dollars to support the city as well as the region's public health services that we wouldn't if we were a standalone public health department.
So, through you, Mr. Chairman, so therefore, if you factor in those grants, then we are probably making a little bit in the long run, or at least breaking even.
If you think about it, last year, we're actually our cost to the tax levy is down $120,000 from last year to have 25 FTEs. So the way I look at that, we're making money in terms of our public health department. And now with accreditation this year, we think that's going to further advantage us in terms of pursuing grants and other funding opportunities because of the unique kind of work that the public health and the regional public health have done to show the quality of service, and a lot of grants want to kind of have their dollars leveraged by that kind of department.
Going forward, through Mr. Chairman, to the manager, maybe going forward next year, if that could be maybe a page in there showing, breaking that down, I think it would be a big help to me. Thank you.
If I may, to the city manager, just I don't know, just some clarification on making money. I don't know. Last year, the budget for Health and Human Services was about $2,064,000, and this year it's $2,392,000. What do you mean by making money? We're spending more taxpayer money year over year.
I'll have Ms. Clark jump in here and just talk about the FTEs and the 440 versus 320.
Could you please repeat your question? I'm sorry.
Well, I was seeking clarification of the city manager on his statement concerning the approved budget for 2016 was $2,064,662. Appropriation for this year is $2,392,794. And I had heard that we're making money, but that's actually an increase to the taxpayer of about $300,000 from this department, which has actually increased from 10 people to 12 people.
That's all.
Through the chair, in terms of the HHS budget, which is independent from the health department budget, this is the grouping of elder services, no, not DPH, elder services, Veterans Affairs. The difference that you just referred to, the difference between $2,064,000 and $2,392,000, predominantly that $300,000 difference is the veteran services that the veterans agent spoke of. So in terms of the HHS budget, the increase between the approved FY16 and the recommended FY17 is predominantly caused by the increase in veterans benefits.
Yeah, I just don't want to hang on a statement that we're making money when the taxpayers are still paying $2.4 million roughly dollars a year. Go ahead, Mr. Manager.
The distinction when I was talking about the difference was, as Mr. Zella said, in the public health portion of the Health and Human Services budget. So the Health and Human Services budget went up $300,000, almost all of which went out to veterans, to pay veterans benefits that they're entitled to, which will be reimbursed at 75% from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So when you look at the public health specific part of the budget and the amount of FTEs and how they're funded, that's where I was talking about, I think, being able to leverage grants from the state and from other entities that help underwrite the costs of the public health portion of the HHS budget. Just a clarification.
Any further questions? Councilor Rosen.
Through the chair, maybe to Karen Clark from Public Health. We talked, I don't know, maybe it was a few months ago, about the terrific accreditation status gained by the Worcester Department of Public Health and how we're basically nationally known now and recognized, and it's a great honor. I just wanted to ask you a question that people have asked me. What, besides the status and that great honor, what does the city get by being accredited? Are there more monies available? Is the federal government going to send us a lot of money because we're one of the best? We knew we were one of the best even before we were accredited, but now everyone else knows. But what comes along with that package?
Through the chair to the counselor, So it's a very good question, and I do remember we talked about this. So essentially, the Worcester Division of Public Health, along with the Central Mass Regional Public Health Alliance, are one of 117 nationally accredited health departments in the United States, the first one here in Massachusetts. And essentially what that means is that this community and the 6 others in our region have what is a gold standard health department. It means that there were over 100 standards and measures that were put together by a public health accreditation board. Everything from how we interact with our partners to the services we provide, all these different benchmarks. And it took 3 years to prepare for this. We actually had to change the way that we do business. It really changed the culture and how we do business, and it has a lens of continual quality improvement. So we didn't just check a box. It means that we're continuously challenging ourselves. We now have a strategic plan. We have performance measures. We have a community health assessment, a community health improvement plan. All of those things needed to happen even before we applied for accreditation. So what this means is, one, the public should feel confident that they have a health department that sort of has met this benchmark, but also that we're not going to stop there. We're going to continue to move forward and continue to grow and to refine our public health department. And yes, I have been told that if and when a situation comes along when there is a grant application where it asks if you're accredited, that we will in fact get priority funding because we are accredited.
Thank you. That's very good news to hear, especially with the grant funding and having an advantage in our application, as we should have an advantage. A question maybe to Dr. Castile. And there's a controversial issue brewing here within the council chambers. There often is, anyway. And I've kind of sat back and just listened to the debate on this and haven't said anything, so just going to bring it up now while you folks are sitting there. And I think it's basically that the homeless issues that the council, the whole city, the manager, the public health, health and human service, that we all, as a city family, deal with. The homeless issues have been, as far as in the city council, in our economic development committee in that department. Especially the housing part of the homeless issue. And there's been some discussion, some controversial discussion, should that be moved over to our health department and our, especially in the council, our health committee. What are your thoughts on that? Because I've heard the thoughts of a few councilors, and I haven't made up my mind yet. So I thought I would turn to the experts, as we often do, and get an opinion.
So the new position is actually a homeless outreach coordinator. It is funded through ESG money, so it's a grant, and it is highly needed through our Department of Health and Human Services. Most importantly, they will be working with the Quality of Life team to go out and look at the encampments and try to work with that. They're going to be doing just all the quality of life issues associated with it by doing their outreach. So they're going to be going to the library. They're going to be going out to the areas where the encampments are and where it becomes an issue for the community, so that they can work with that. So that is truly, homelessness is a public health issue, and that's the piece that homeless coordinator will be doing.
Through the chair, do you see a problem that we've had in the past with our economic development department working on this issue too, and providing their input, especially the housing part of it?
So, I'm sorry.
I don't think you folks will be here when we actually tackle this issue, so I'm asking it now.
So there will be somebody at the economics department who will be doing the grants, which is what that position was before. So they'll be doing the ESG grants. All the HUD grants will be through that. This is strictly an outreach program to help in the community, to help with the quality of life task force, to help with police, anybody who's our city people who are doing outreach. That is the piece of what we do. What we plan to do. We just recently had a summit on Friday, which was more to discuss what we're doing with homelessness, and in particular what we're doing with outreach. So it has nothing to do in the sense of housing. It's purely an outreach program.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Zadalis wanted to say something through
the chair. When you approved the ED budget or had the hearing, that position, the housing position, is still up in the Department of Economic Development. This is somewhat a complementary position dealing with the homeless aspect of the...
Okay, thank you for that. Through the chair, I don't know, maybe this doesn't fit into this report here, but maybe it does. It seems like since the city lost its case in court, through the chair, on panhandling, I mean, it's now prolific, the panhandling. Go down Park Ave, in many intersections you see panhandlers, and they're from Tatnick Square to Newton Square and other areas of the city, I'm sure. So through the chair, maybe to Dr. Castile, is that something that the overall Health and Human Services Department and the Public Health Department, that they would be concerned with this? I mean, I know we can't, the courts say you have to allow them to panhandle, but I don't think any of us think that's a good way to live your life, a healthy way to live your life. And I'm sure many are homeless, and many are just characters looking to make a buck too, and they're not really homeless too. So through the chair to Dr. Castillo, what do you think about that issue?
I think I agree that issue has increased, and that's part of some of the things that we will be working through, and maybe even a campaign to how to deal with those issues when people are out in the community. You know, whether we decide not to give money, but if they need food, then give them food. And it's also part of what the outreach program is going to be trying to do, is work with the folks that are doing that and seeing what they need, and if we can work with them through getting them into housing and doing those things, that would be part of what we'd like to do. Or what needs do they have that we can help them with, whether it be work, job training, whatever it needs to be done, that we would work with them to get them into that.
Through the chair to Dr. Castile, I agree with you 100%, but a lot of the panhandlers are finding that business is so lucrative that this is basically their work, their job, and they like the income. And I think the approach, and I hate to sound mean or uncaring, because I'm not, but through the chair, I think what we have to do is get people to realize they should not be making those street corner contributions, which mostly go to alcohol use and drug abuse. Therefore, they're probably in the long term hurting these folks by giving them money.
Councilor Rosen, the manager would like to speak.
I couldn't agree with the councilor more. It's prolific. It's gotten significantly worse in the last few months in terms of the number of intersections where we have panhandlers. And you're exactly right. People should not give any money to panhandlers. There's a number of very worthy charities that are available to folks that they can make sure their money's going to, I think, what good-hearted people are hoping for, which is providing housing, providing health care, providing food for people who truly need it. Giving folks handouts at the intersections is not helping them. It's not helping the city. There's a lot of evidence that at some of these encampments that there are folks who are panhandling, because when they go to the encampments, they find the homemade signs that they use on the intersections at some of these. So, I couldn't agree more. We really have to get the word out there. Do not give the panhandlers money. There are great worthy charities within the city who could really make sure that your money goes to the intended use of that money.
Thank you. I'm glad you said that, Mr. Manager. Last comment, perhaps. I think I'd be remiss if I didn't mention, as the former president of the Friends of the Worcester Senior Center, the great job that Amy Waters and her entire staff do up at the Worcester Senior Center. I mean, this is a great place for seniors. I haven't spent a lot of time there lately, but I've spent plenty of time there in the past, and I know so many folks up there. And the Worcester Senior Center keeps them healthy, and it saves lives. It absolutely saves lives. So many of these folks would be at home every morning, maybe afternoon, watching TV, watching The View. You can only do that so many times, right? Now they get out, and they have activities, they have meals, they make friends, they play bingo. There's all types of events and activities and trips for them to do. So the Worcester Senior Center is one of the best facilities that we have in the city of Worcester. So, thank you to Amy and her staff and to all the folks that go up there and make that building, that facility, much more than a building, just make it a wonderful place for seniors to go and to flourish and to really grow and stay healthy. So I noticed that, and I thank you and hope to return soon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Councilor Lukes.
This may not be totally relevant, but I need to find out what's the status of that building that's part of the, what was it, former nursing home that is literally falling apart on us.
Mr. Manager, would like to address that?
Sure. So I think I've mentioned to the council before, we're in negotiations with St. Vincent's, who owns the parking lot for the senior center, and they own the Anderson building. One of the things that we're hoping to do is to get control of both of those. Number one, we need to fix the parking lot. There's a number of repairs that need to be done, and we want to control our own fate by having the building that we have its own parking lot and own it. But some of the feedback we've gotten from developers is the footprint of the old building. If we were going to take it down and have a developer develop there, they need a little bit more space. And being able to get that Anderson building would give some additional kind of footprint for a developer, both for the parking needs of a new building as well as the footprint of the building. So we're hopeful that by getting the Anderson building, that we're going to be able to market a bigger kind of area near the senior center and hopefully get that onto the tax rolls and into some productive use. We've heard conflicting things about whether you can rehab the building as it exists or whether you'd have to tear that part down and start from scratch with a building. But as soon as we get the control of the Anderson building, our hope is to really start aggressively marketing that location.
Is there an anticipated deadline for accomplishing what has so far been an impossible task?
We're literally on the 1 yard line. We have a final kind of document going back and forth between the law department and St. Vincent. So I would think before the end of June, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we can have that piece of it done and then begin marketing.
Okay, that's good news. Thank you.
Okay, motion is to approve. All in favor? So ordered. I'm going to move us over to, thank you very much. Yes? Oh, hold it, what?
I just wonder if Dr. Castile could introduce the members of her team. Oh, okay.
I was just going to say that, but I didn't know if it was too late. But
Go ahead.
I want you to see our wonderful team. So Amy Vogel-Waters from the Senior Center, Raquel Castro-Corazzini, the Youth Department, Karen Clark, the Director of Public Health, Lynette Moon, the Director of Veterans. Jana Turchik, Human Rights, is out on maternity leave.
Okay, thank you very much. And I just want to clarify what the items that were read was 5A, B, and C. So that's the motion is to approve 5A, B, and C in case there's any confusion. All in favor? Opposed? So ordered. Thank you very much. I am going to try to move us along here real quick because we have some people here from Technical Services as well, and I'd like to see if we can get them up to bat. So that'll be 8C. Technical Services, that's on page 261, and they'll be here momentarily. All right, good evening, and if you could, just introduce your team, sir. When everybody's set.
Mr. Chairman, with me this evening, I have Paul Cavello, our Chief Information Officer, and Eileen Kazaropel, our Deputy Chief Information Officer.
All right, thank you very much. I believe Councilor Toomey has some questions.
Mr. Chairman, our Technical Services Department does incredible work, and they touch almost every department they do touch every department in the city. And what they've been able to do with the budget that they have is phenomenal. The question that I had was just a question purely on the storage issue that we've talked about with the police department, and with being able to store data from video as well as personal cameras that they had. Have we been able to make any movement on that through you, Mr. Chair?
Excuse me, through the chair. Right now, we don't have a storage issue. We started with the video surveillance and all of that, but once the police, if they get the funding for cameras in the cell rooms and so forth, then we can look at, where we stand with storage. But right now, we don't have.
I know,
storage.
but that's what I meant. Is that?
Yes, and the body cameras, all that.
Right.
So that's still being discussed for financing.
Okay.
And
No, I know we're okay now. It's just something that I was concerned about because I know it's coming up, and I just wanted to know.
Yes.
But I think that considering the cost of staying current and also maintaining the equipment continues to rise, and I think you do an incredible job with the people that you have. So I'm very grateful for the work that you do.
Thank you.
You're always available. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further? Okay. Oh, Councilor Lukes.
I'm not sure I'm reading this correctly. What's the vacancy factor here? Through the chair. Is it $70,906?
Through the chair to the councilor, it's $70,906.
Okay, why is it so high?
Through the chair, this department has 2 new prospective employees coming on. It's going to be the timing of those people coming on.
Through you to the Chief Information Officer, what's the purpose of the 2 new people?
Through the chair, the 2 people coming on are going to actually be part of a succession planning. We have individuals that are getting ready to retire. And in order to be able to have them come up to speed, there's going to be a learning curve. The other position is to help out and assist with the web design website, and that's very critical in the city manager's recommendation on how we use that website to be more user proficient.
God,
citizen
I think
proficient.
we're all waiting for that day. Yeah. What are your goals going to be for the next year? Because this department really is so intertwined with what happens in this city that it is indispensable, and the staff really has to be, I said, ahead of the game, I guess, in terms of technology and in terms of even cyber protection, making sure you're not hacked or our system goes down because some little kid in his mother's basement in Romania got into our system.
Through the chair, that is correct. We have, I think, a very secure site. I'd really rather not talk about the specifics.
No, I don't want you to, unless we were in executive session.
But I feel very confident in what we have to have for security right now, and both the financials and the other applications we're responsible for.
Okay, what would you like to see done between now and the next budget session?
What I'd like to do is bring upon the additional staff to go through that succession plan, to start having them learn the payroll system, and we're responsible for our own financial application. We've had that responsibility for the past 19 years. It was a package prior to that. We have a workforce that's very dedicated and understands the concept of the database structures and so forth. The individuals we're bringing in are going to be able to work aside of the individual that are now responsible for those departments. That's the biggest challenge that I think I have this year that I want to accomplish.
Now, you're located up at the new technical school. You used to be in the police department. You've moved around a little bit. Are you isolated up there? Do you need to be closer to the action?
We actually have two locations. We still have the police. We still have the police department data center, where all of our network applications are and so forth. I don't believe we're secluded. I believe that we have the available staff to maintain the departments that are off-site. But there's one division that handles all of the PCs, laptops, phones in our division.
Yeah, is that located at the school?
That one's located at the police department.
Oh, at the police department. All right. Everything else is at the tech school.
Everything else is at the
All right.
technology
I
school.
had filed an item a couple of times dealing with crowdsourcing. Has that been very successful in terms of responses? I haven't even noticed what the new questions were that you posted.
Yes, the crowdsourcing, we have used it. I believe Eileen has put in our report, I think it was the
crowdsourcing so far has been used for food trucks, dog parks, and they wanted the public input on what type of a Halloween event they wanted to host on the Common. And as new programs or festivals or whatever come about in the city, then we will use crowdsourcing if anybody has any
All right,
topics
so
they
you're
want us
welcoming
to post.
input from the council as to questions to be posted? That's
Yes.
good to hear. Okay.
Through the city manager's office.
And the city manager's office.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, we always welcome suggestions, and we're hoping to integrate it more kind of conspicuously in the new website. We actually have a presentation, I think it's either this week or next week, on the prototype of the new website internally, so we can look at it. So we are making some good progress and hoping to roll out the website, in the not too distant future. And crowdsourcing and the ability to kind of interact with the public in a more substantial way than we do now through the website is one of the key features we're hoping to have.
When you say soon, how soon?
Not soon enough for my taste,
Yeah,
but
well,
I'm going to look to the tech services folks to figure.
Okay.
Right now, the vendor that was awarded the bid with the city is working with the city, and as the manager mentioned, there is a prototype, and we got the thumbs up from the manager that the mock-up is what we want to use. So there's still probably another month or so for the vendor, and then our staff will then take over and incorporate the thousands of links and hundreds of web pages and all the custom programming and scripting that we've done, and then they will do that, and that's several months plus
All right.
effort.
So November?
I'd say November is pretty fair. They have these staff members that will be doing that heavy lifting also have full-time jobs supporting other areas in the department, so they're going to work as fast as they can. And part of our increase in our OM is some funding to retain this third-party vendor to work with us on any issues and any other things the manager wants to add as optional items to enhance the city's website, make things more user-friendly, citizen-centric.
I'm looking forward to seeing better research techniques available. And I know we have a new city clerk, but that particular department needs some refining in terms of its archives, et cetera. And I've spoken
Council
to
Lukes,
the city clerk
I think
about
the city
it.
manager wants to address the last point.
I just want to make sure that folks know that one of the things we had promised we would do, and we are going to do, is have focus groups. So we want to understand, those of us who might use it on a regular basis, we'd like people who are college student thinking about going to school here, somebody who's looking for a city service, somebody who's thinking about starting a business, and see if it works for them and it's intuitive for them for the type of things that they would be looking for in an easily accessible way. So it's not going to be just government builds it and hopefully it works for you. We're going to make sure that it's informed by actual users wearing different hats, different perspectives, that people might come to the website and look for information and make sure it fulfills the needs that they have before we roll it out.
Well, thank you. That sounds very promising. I look forward to the new enhanced product. Thank you.
All right. Oh, Council Bergman?
I'll be very brief. Actually, I enjoy the website, although I know upgrades are always welcomed. I have just a couple quick questions on crowdsourcing and then one other question. On the crowdsourcing, I often wondered maybe I'm missing something, but is there any way to know whether or not those that are contributing to responding are from Worcester or not from Worcester?
Through the chair, we do capture their information and email addresses. I'll have to check to see if it drills down behind the scenes and keeps that information about where they're from.
Because I think that weakens, through the chair, the value if we don't know if these are people that are responding that actually live here, or these people that are throwing criticisms from afar.
There is a registration page that people do fill out. However, sometimes they put in fake information, but we can track that. But I will check to see if it drills
The
down.
other question, and maybe I have more of it than others, because I haven't heard my colleagues complain as much as I probably complain to them, but I get a lot on my city iPhone advertisements that have nothing to do with the city of Worcester. And I don't mind getting them, but I wish the people that were sending them would have to pay for it so the city could get something out of it. Is there any control over that? I must get out of the 10 or 15 messages I get a day, I would say 10 of them are some sort of advertising for something that has nothing to do with the city of Worcester. I'm just curious about that.
Are you referring to your city email? Okay, so we do have what's called a web filter, and there are different levels that you can turn on and off. And unfortunately, people can mask an advertisement and make it look official or unofficial through the web email filter. It can pass through, but if you're getting a lot from the same address, we can block that in the
Some
email.
of them seem legitimate. I mean, they seem like they're just not related to the city. They might be a state organization or a business that is geared towards people in politics. I'm not saying it's necessarily spam or fake people, but it's definitely
so
not
a lot
city
of times outsiders look at the city's public website that lists everybody's email address, the city councilors, the city manager, and then they go in and send, they have you in their group now so that you're part of their, whatever group they want to send advertisements or political information and so forth. But if, like I said, if it becomes a nuisance, we can block that
Okay, I appreciate
email
that.
address from you.
Thank you.
All right, motion is to approve. All in favor? Opposed, so ordered. Thank you very much for your time. All right, next item, it'll be the last item before we break. I know we have someone here from for item 8D, which is City Energy and Asset Management, page 267 in your budget. No, sir.
I'm sorry, Counselor. With me, we have John Odell, the Director of the city's Department of Energy and Asset Management.
All right. Are there any questions? It's page 267. Council Lukes.
I just had the opportunity to visit Sullivan Middle School this week. And when I pulled into the driveway, I noticed all these futuristic overhangs in the parking lot, not understanding what they were and thinking it was unnecessary expenditure of money just to cover some cars. I learned that it was a solar project. And I'm just wondering if you could give us some details on how much it cost. Was that reimbursed? Is it really saving money? Are we going to do it in any of our other public buildings? And does your department have jurisdiction over the school department?
Could we get a report on that?
I think he can handle it.
Okay. Well, if you don't have the answer to it, but that would be a good report to see, any savings from that solar project. But if you have the answer, kindly give it.
Okay, then I'll ask some other questions. What have we done in terms of saving electricity, the cost of electricity on the city side?
Through the chair. There we go. Councillor, a number of things. So you ask essentially a two-part question. So the first is, what are we doing to save, and what's coming up and what we did in the past. We've gone out to procure electricity for the city and for the schools as one. We get bulk purchase power that way. That's coming up. That's one option that we're lowering electricity costs, or trying to. Option two is we are also doing a very large landfill array, solar array, so that is going to have a direct impact on utility bills for all our municipal buildings. We are, in addition to that, we have installed a number of energy efficient measures at a variety of city and school buildings, but both through that energy project that included where that the solar canopy array was that you saw. Lastly, we're also doing something called purchasing net metering credits. Those credits essentially allow you to get, they're essentially like a coupon for your electricity. So the state has decided to build a program of incentives for solar. And then to provide those incentives, you can, as a municipality, participate in that and get essentially a discount on your electric rate for doing so.
Mr. Manager?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, just to amplify what Mr. Odell said, so you remember the council approved the ESCO project, which would make the solar panels on the landfill, the Greenfield landfill, the largest municipal solar farm in the Commonwealth. So it is the most aggressive municipal solar farm anywhere in the Commonwealth. That's, I think, a feather in our cap. Changing out 14,000 street lights to LED lighting, which is going to be a phenomenal savings to the city, as well as the ability to calibrate the density of the lights. So when the police department has an issue in a particular neighborhood because of, criminal activity, we can turn up the density of the street light at that location, which will be a benefit in terms of public safety as well as cost, and replacing all of the lights in our municipal garages to LED. So those are major projects, as well as the smaller ones, the solar panels, solar arrays at Sullivan Middle.
Thank you. I thought in your answer you'd make a reference to aggregation. I'm just wondering what the status of that is.
It's something that Councilor Toomey had brought up a couple of weeks ago, and we have met several times, and we're hoping to come back to the council in the near future once we get past the budget and urban renewal and a couple of the other big things on our plate in the next couple of weeks with a recommendation.
All right, thank you. Motions to approve? All in favor? Opposed? So ordered. We're going to move now to item 3B, Law Department. Oh, thank you, Mr. Odell. What's that? Oh, so it's going to be 3D. So, yeah, okay. So actually it's going to be item 3D, Court Judgments. That's page 141. And with that, I'm going to take a roll call, and the vote's going to be to recess the from the Finance Committee to the executive session so we can discuss the litigation strategy. That's going to be over in room 310B. Apparently there'll be some food there as well. So roll call.
Council Bergman.
Yes.
Council Economo.
Yes.
Council Gaffney.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Council King.
Yes.
Council Lukes.
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson. Council Rivera.
Yes.
Council Rosen.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey.
Yes.
And Vice Chair Gaffney.
About to. Yes. All right, the Finance Committee will reconvene at the end of the regular meeting.
What so proudly we hailed
remain standing for a moment of silence for Antoinette McLean Robinson. Councilor King? You want to say?
Yes, Antoinette McLean Robinson passed away early last week at the age of 57. She was a former North High graduate. She grew up here in the city of Worcester. While at North, she became an All-American basketball player. She most recently dedicated her career as a teacher at Worcester Public Schools. And she was a role model and mentor to her students. She was someone who used her classroom as a launching pad, telling children that they can do it, that there's nothing they can do because she did it. Look at me, she would say. I did it, so can you. She'll be truly missed by her foster children, her children, and her family.
Okay, roll call.
Council Bergman.
Present and here.
Council,
Here.
Council Economo. Council Gaffney.
Still here.
Council King.
Here.
Council Lukes.
Here.
Council Merrill Carlson.
Here.
Council Rivera. Council
Here.
Council Rosen.
Here.
Council Russell.
Here.
Council Toomey. And Mayor Petty.
Here. Whereas every day 91 Americans are killed by gun violence and the lives of countless others are injured. And whereas protecting public safety for communities they serve is Mayor's highest responsibility. And whereas support of the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens goes hand in hand with keeping guns away from dangerous people. And whereas mayors and law enforcement officers know that communities hosts are the most familiar with the local criminal activity and how to address it, and our best professionals to understand how to keep the citizens safe. And whereas June 2nd, 2016 would have been the 19th birthday of Heidi's Pendleton, a teenager who marched in President Obama's second inaugural parade and was tragically shot and killed just weeks later. And whereas to help honor his memory and the 91 Americans whose lives are cut short and the countless survivors who are injured by shootings every day, a national coalition of organizations has designated June 2nd, 2016 as the second annual National Gun Violence Awareness Day. And whereas the idea was inspired by a group of Heidi's friends who asked that their classmates to commemorate her life by wearing orange, they chose this color because of hunters wear orange to announce themselves to the hunters when out in the woods, and orange is the color that symbolizes the value of human life. And whereas by wearing orange on June 2nd, Americans will raise awareness about gun violence and honor their lives and lost human potential for Americans stolen by gun violence. And whereas we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence and pledge to do all we can do to keep firearms out of the hands and encourage all responsible gun ownership to help keep their children safe. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Joseph M. Petty, do hereby proclaim June 2nd, 2016 as National Gun Violence Awareness Day in the City of Worcester and encourage all residents to recognize and participate in its observance. Councilor King? Kim? Give this to...
Can I say a few words?
Sure, Kim.
Okay. So thank you very much, Mayor Petty and members of the Worcester City Council for joining Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America and other gun violence prevention groups in a day of remembrance this Thursday. This Thursday, our Wear Orange Coalition will gather all across the nation in remembrance of Hadea, as well as the 90 Americans killed every day by gun violence. Sadly, including one of our own, Auburn police officer Ronald Tarantino Jr. We hope you'll join with us and wear orange on Thursday for Hadea, and for Officer Tarantino. To help you do that, we'd like to present each of you our Moms Demand Action in Every Town Wear Orange American flag pin. We've put one at each of your places. We'd like you to know that those who wear orange pledge to honor the lives of Americans stolen by gun violence, to help keep firearms out of the hands of dangerous individuals, and most of all, to work to protect our children from gun violence. Again, on behalf of our local moms, the moms of Massachusetts, and the 3.5 million moms all across the United States, we thank you so much for recognizing this important day and for joining with us to help end gun violence in America. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. The approval of the minutes. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Public participation. A person may speak for no more than 2 minutes with any names appearing on the agenda. Is your name, city of residence, and item number?
William Bro, on behalf of Maine South Alliance for Public Safety, Maine South. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Manager, councilors, it's a continuation from last week and last Wednesday on where the manager might be moving to put a division which is now under economic development into Department of Public Health, and that's why I'm here tonight to talk to you councilors. For many years, a number of years ago, city manager put me on the task force on homelessness and housing. That was in 2007. At the same time, about a year later, I was on the opioid task force, Worcester Cares Opioid Coalition. So we're doing two things. People can do that at once. And it was the Worcester Cares Opioid Coalition was formed in the summer of 2008 to address high prevalence of opiate overdoses in our community. The coalition was funded by the Bureau of Substance Abuse to reduce fatal and non-fatal opioid overdoses, managed by the Division of Public Health. The coalition members coordinated efforts for preventing, treating, building awareness, and educating the public about opioid overdoses. The Maine South Alliance for Public Safety was a member of the coalition comprised of over 50 individuals, agencies, hospitals, treatment providers, the police department, Worcester Police Department, District Attorney's Office, Worcester County Jail, and stakeholders in the community and the city administration. And I did former Councilor Haller. I noticed her tonight. We had to fight our way to the table. If it wasn't for her, probably wouldn't have been on that. If she's getting up to speak on something, she can qualify that and say it's true or not true. The Worcester County Regional Network was formed. I was part of that in 2011. And I'll give you, and there was problems that I said last week were no cause of the city manager. He wasn't here when some of these issues occurred. But then, some of the people that were part of the leadership council were Jackie Vachon Jackson. That was an issue. Maureen Sergi, Elder Affairs, Jan Yost, Health, Foundation of Central Mass, myself, Chris Collins from Unum, Donna NATO, DHCD, Sarah Slaughterback, DOE, Gary Lapididis, UMass Memorial, Jerry Deslett, Smock, Susan Gendoli, Community Health Link, and Mark Horn, who is in the Code Enforcement Division and sits on the zoning board there 2 weeks ago on a rooming house issue on 40 Hollywood Street. That'll come in another date. But this also goes to the encampments, to the councilors. Back in 2015, there's reports, and the city's got the material. There was 50 people. The year before, it was 59 and 14. So was that an improvement? I'd say yes. Also, sober homes. Nobody on this council has brought it up that I've heard about or heard anybody talk about it. I've talked to Amanda Wilson about it. It's been on our agenda for a couple months. I'd just like to say this. The facilities are rarely run by credentialed professionals and are only lightly regulated, a situation that has prompted at least 5 states to consider legislation to impose rules on how they operate. Some of the homes have been accused of tolerating drug use and participating in insurance fraud. Group homes reserved for the most desperate alcoholics with nowhere else to turn. These new houses cater increasingly to people who have become addicted. I'm also now on Joe Early's opioid task force. Through Chief Early and Joe Early, I got on the law enforcement. It's been productive. Nobody agrees 100%, but it's been productive.
Can you wrap up your comments, please?
I'll end it with this. Going to that meeting last Wednesday, the disagreeing is disrespectful, is misguided. That is not the case. We were there for an hour and listened to DPH. There was 25 items, and I'm going to give everybody here a copy of that. We had 2 items on it. It was never heard.
Okay.
Never heard. So if a council is going to pick and choose, Mr. Mayor, who's going to be on what committees, I looked at Council Harrod 30 years ago.
I've
I
given
was
you
going
5
to
minutes.
meetings
Can you
at the
wrap it up,
bookstore.
please?
30 years ago, Debbie and Marvin
Respect
Consberg.
goes one way,
I want to be at the table. I hope we don't have to fight out with it. I hope the council weighs this carefully, what you're giving up to DPH, our DPH.
It goes one way, I guess. But okay. Anybody else? Just your name and say your residence.
Idella Hazard, City of Worcester. We're always going to have homeless people. Every home that is going to house homeless people is going to have people that are going to fall back. Whether they're alcoholic or drug addicts, you work with them, they're going to fall back. You're going to see it in AdCare. You're going to see it in Community Health Links. You're going to even see it in halfway houses like in Framingham and I forget what it is, the halfway house in back of Framingham for the men. You have to keep working with them. It doesn't mean you give up on them and you throw them out in the street and you say, stay there. You know, we're supposed to be a civilized country. Any alcoholic group home, the Hector Reyes home, they know they're going to have people that are going to fall back, and they take them in and they work with them, and they work with them hardcore one-on-one. I think Mr. Brolt is being unreasonable and unrealistic, and he doesn't know. He has never worked with these people. He has no understanding, and we have to, you know, the same as if somebody was sick and they relapsed. You know, you still take care of them. The hospital still takes them back. Oh, well, we treated this ailment once before. You know, he can't have a bed. You know, he had pneumonia before. Forget about it. I'm saying no matter how professional the people on the committee are, let's get some people that have dealt with addicts and alcoholics before. Let's get those kind of professional people on these committees and commissions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Is your name and say your residence?
Mr. Chairman, question. I'm here to speak on a resolution before the council
You
tonight.
can speak. This is the time to do it now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. City Manager, councilors, my name is Leonard Schifredo. I live at 289 Harrington Way here in Worcester, and I'm here with my neighbors tonight from the Brown Square Crime Watch Group. And we'd like to ask for your support, for the council's support, regarding an issue that we've been dealing with for the last 6 years. This is the Plantation Street Bridge, which I'm sure all of you here are sick and tired of hearing about and receiving emails about, and I am sick and tired of talking about and sending you emails about. Brief history, Mr. Chairman. This goes back to 2010 when the City of Worcester entered into an agreement with the state of Massachusetts and CSX in regards to the freight yard on Franklin Street. Several commitments were made at the time, and probably the one that has the most impact in our neighborhood is the improvements to the Plantation Street Bridge. And if I could read just very briefly from the document, for the bridge improvement proposed at Plantation Street over the CSX transportation right-of-way, Mass DOT will immediately design, advertise, and construct the improvements. The estimated cost of this work is $2.5 million. Mass DOT Highway Division District 3 will be responsible for initiating this process. Well, that was 6 years ago. And just to put things in perspective, Mr. Chairman, in 6 years, we've completed design and built a 900-foot bridge, 6 lanes wide, over a lake. I think if DOT was really serious about getting this work done, it certainly would have been done. Through the efforts of the manager and the councilors in our state delegation, we've had meetings with DOT, and at every meeting, DOT committed themselves to this project. And shortly after the meeting, we get updates saying, well, it's not economically feasible, we don't see return on investment. The last report we received from DOT through our state senator came up with 2 options. The first one was a widening, what they called a smaller project, which was to begin in 2017, but it wasn't their preferred option. DOT's preferred option is to replace the bridge in its entirety, providing it could stay on the state's list, and that construction would begin in 2020. By that time, I'll be close to retirement. Some of my neighbors will probably be in St. John's Cemetery, and we're committed to getting this bridge done. There's absolutely no reason that this work should not have been done already, because it was supposed to be done in 2010, before any work happened. So we're here tonight asking the council to please, I would hope on an 11-0 vote, support this resolution and work with us as we move forward to try to get DOT to get this project done and completed. And I'd like to thank Councilors Bergman, Carlson, and Lukes for willingness to bring this item up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay. Council Barbara Haller.
Barbara Haller, 34 Castle Street. And I do want to affirm the comments that Mr. Bro made about the struggles that we've worked on in trying to make sure that neighborhood voices continue to get heard on some of these very difficult issues. I'm here on regard to items 16G, H, I, and J, which Councilor Rivera so kindly brought under suspension last week. And there's 4 petitions there, and they're all to do with 765 Main Street, which we know as the Albion Lodging House. The Albion is the largest rooming house in the city and has been a constant scourge on the neighborhood in terms of anti-neighborhood behaviors. The Shepherd King Neighborhood Association, which is one of the oldest neighborhood associations in the city, meets monthly, and this is always an item on their agenda. I receive monthly reports from the Worcester Police Department on police incidents for this building, and I've tracked it, and I have data, which I'll give you, which for the past 3 years, which indicates that there have been, over the last 3 years, there have been over 1,500 police incidents at that address, resulting in over 2,000 police officers being involved in addressing those incidents, and over 400 ambulance calls, which also often involve city resources. So these petitions are meant to ask the city manager and the city administration to come up with a strategy of dealing with this address. And we have this Shepherd King Neighborhood Association has also submitted a letter to the License Commission asking for them, because they oversee lodging houses, to come up with a plan to bring this address into compliance with neighborhood standards. And Councilor Rivera has been a key player in working towards this. And so what I'm asking tonight, having had experience on the council and knowing the influence that the council can have, is I would like the council to go on record in support for the city manager to take whatever steps he feels is necessary to get the License Commission and city resources to bring remedy to this building. I just want to remind you it's across from the Jacob Hyatt Magnet School, the YMCA. It's a part of the Main Street corridor. And I can tell you we've worked with all the past owners in trying to bring this building into compliance. And we have come to the conclusion that this building is too big to be successfully managed, and there needs to be another strategy put in place. We've submitted that letter to the License Commission. We're asking the city manager to use his influence to try to bring remedy, and we're asking the city council to bring their support to the city manager to make this issue addressed. And I'll just hand out this data. This is data that I've compiled, so you may want to, check with the city manager, see if it's valid. But these are from the Worcester Police reports. This is taking tremendous city resources with little success. I can tell you the city manager's Department of Housing, Police Department, Fire have been more than cooperative and more than engaged in this building in trying to bring it in compliance. I drove by last night, and on the main floor there was a screen pushed out onto the sidewalk and active drug trafficking taking place. This building is taking too many resources with very little success, no success, I would say. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Council. Okay, anybody else want to speak before I close this part of the program? Then we're going to do petitions, then we're going to go to a couple items for people in the audience.
John Provost, Worcester. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to speak on 9M. I was present at Councilor Rivera's meeting last Wednesday, and yes, there's, she said, well, we're having a meeting with the doctors and the social workers on last Friday, and then now you want to set up a meeting with the manager and some other high officials and experts and so forth. But Mr. Mayor, where is the public in this equation? I don't see Joe Hart here, but that was one item that she had brought up on that meeting, and it was just summarily filed. I think we should have some brainstorming and get some input from the homeless. I've known a few homeless that, because of personal habits and so forth, they might not be a good match for public housing or other options. And some of them just want to be left alone. Clearly, you can't have them all over the city in encampments. And so, a quick brainstorm is, in other countries and other cities elsewhere, you have Needle Park in Amsterdam, you have Cape Town, you have the Cape Town Flats, South Africa, and Monrovia, other cities in Africa where you have that. And lest you say, well, that's separatism and that's apartheid, Mr. Mayor, I would counter that just by labeling people handicapped and then saying, okay, well, you can't make it, so here, we'll give you some housing. Mr. Mayor, that is a form of non-racial apartheid. So let's please have something that's open to the public and bring the public and maybe some homeless people in a respectful manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go, Mr. Coleman. This your name, address, and item number.
William S. Coleman III, City of Worcester. Item number is Council Order number 101 on page 9. Request city manager set aside and designate the prominent and triangular-shaped island at the intersection of Belmont Street and Lincoln Street, see attached map, as a permanent location for the placement and rededication of the Citizens of Color of Worcester Honor Roll, formerly called Colored Citizens of Worcester Honor Roll, to take place in December of 2017, to place signage there announcing the same. I'm here to support this order by Councilor Bergman. Many of us in this community have been working very hard to reestablish the Citizens of Worcester World War II honor roll, Citizens of Color. And we have found through this efforts and through this, this as we go along this process. A lot of frustrated people out there, especially older folks who said, Bill, is it going to happen? Trying to constantly keep them updated and trying to say to them that, look, the council's voted on this. They're not going to take that vote back, that this process is moving along. In the process, we have found that there were 4 members of the honor roll who were still alive. 2 have passed away in the last month. But there's a gentleman named Waverly Taylor who's 92 years old who is still alive, and we're waiting for an opportunity to present him to the council. And Dr. Goldsberry, whose father's name is on there, would also like to be at a point where we announce that this is really happening. And I got to tell you, it's brought up a lot of hope to some folks, and now I'm talking to their grandchildren and their great-grandchildren and aunts and uncles who are saying, my relatives' names are on there. And if some of you have seen the recent edition of In-City Times, the part about the Memorial Day honoring, all the names of the folks that were on the honor roll for the citizens of color World War II, they can look and they can say, that's my relative, that's my relative. So it's a very active conversation in the city. So you voted unanimously on the petition to help folks get this thing started. People have come to the table and said, this is something that should be done. It is it's a wound to the community. And as we walk around City Hall, the interesting thing that you notice is that, you know, there's not a lot of names of diversity on City Hall, but we're all together as Americans recognizing that this is going to be a really important part of the puzzle of our diversity. So I support that. Thank you again.
Thank you.
All of you for your help.
Okay. Is your name, say your residence, and item number?
Thank you, Joe Hart, Worcester. Well, I'm glad I got here before before John spoke, because of course you've got 2 items on here about what you're doing about homelessness. You've got 13B and then the one John spoke on, 9M. But of course it goes worse than anybody could ever even imagine. You've got a whole protocol of providers providing homelessness. They're not providing homes for homeless people. They're providing homelessness and working hard at it. They're going to tattoo everybody. They can't even talk to anybody or do anything until every tattoo is in place. All this is just a vicious Nazism. I mean, this is just outrageous. I urge everybody to watch the meeting last Wednesday. It was just disgusting. It started at 5 o'clock and it went on for some time. The heated part of it got, of course, at the end. My petition, which has been going back and forth and filed 3 years ago. I made this petition over 3 years ago. Councilor Lukes filed it with a bang without even reading it 3 years ago. And Councilor Rivera did the same. And actually, is Mr. Petty here? I'm sorry. Are you Mr. Petty? I can't see. Yeah, okay. Gaffney's over there. Okay. I'm sorry, I can't see by the sun. In any case, somebody really has to do something. Look at the, way that you're classifying homelessness. You're putting it under economic development because, of course, you want rich people to come to the city and not see these people. That's not a place to put something for homelessness, as opposed to just extending it, the idea of homelessness. And then, of course, the city manager has crowed out loud on the microphone about breaking up homeless encampments, as if this is a good thing. You know, when Davis Street was, reinvented for the so-called triage center after closing the PIP shelter, of course, you broke up a lot of encampments. This American initiative to find spots to sleep or to live or something.
Okay, can you wrap up your comments, please?
I'm sorry?
Can you wrap up your comments, please?
Okay, well, I'll wrap up my comments by reading, because it's really, you're a problem. My petition, which has been filed twice and first filed over 3 years ago, says that petition of Joe Hart requests the mayor, not city council, the mayor, immediately hold a full and well-publicized public meeting with the full city government and police chief. This would, of course, be Chief Jim, mediated by the Commissioner of Public Health, and that would have been Michael Hirsch, to explore and improve current city initiatives for and against Worcester's homeless population, with a full question and answer between the public and city officials. That has been pending before City Council, before the committee, since February of 2015. That was my second request.
Thank you.
So this is to you.
Yep, I got it.
Can you answer it?
Yep, we sent it to the committee, and they did the right thing.
No.
Okay, we're not getting a discussion.
We
I
need
think
it
your
from
time
you.
is up. Okay. No, time is up now. Time is up. No. Time is up. Okay. Okay, now we have, Mr. Bond? Is your name, say your residence, and item
Name is
number?
James Bonds, 35 Francis Ave, Shrewsbury, Mass. I stand in support of Order 101. I'm the post commander of VFW Post 312, and I'm also a Vietnam vet, so I support this order. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, we are on hearings and orders, 6A, B, and C. Motion is to open the hearing. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Anybody opposed to any of these conduit locations? Anybody opposed? Seeing nobody opposed, motion is to close the hearing. Motion is to close. Motion is to approve. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We get 3 items that we're going to take. As soon as we get through petitions, we're going to go to there's 3 items people waiting to hear tonight about, and we're going to go right in order. And starting with the last order, I think, by Mo Bergman. Then we'll go to the resolution. Then we'll go to Soraya Rivera's orders at the end. Okay. Petition 7A, refer to public service and transportation. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Council B and C, refer to public works. Anybody here for that? All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 7D through 7F, refer to traffic and parking. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 7G to 7O, set a hearing on Tuesday, June 7th, 2016 at 7 p.m. Those in, was that S? I get that wrong. Through S. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay, so we are going to go. Motion to suspend the rules to take a few items out of order for people in the audience who are here with us tonight. Let's go with 10L. Request the manager set aside and designate the prominent and triangular-shaped island at the intersection of Belmont Street and Lincoln Street as the permanent location for the placement of the dedication of the Citizens of Color Worcester Honor Roll, formerly called the Colored Citizens of Worcester Honor Roll, take place in December 2017 to place signage there announcing same. Councilor Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an item that came before this council not that long ago. It was only a few months ago. It was brought to our attention by Mr. Coleman, and obviously it's appreciated that he brought this to our attention. But the truth is that this is over a half-century old problem that folks didn't create, but was placed upon them due to the state really not living up to its obligation, which seems to be a theme tonight, on removing a monument and not replacing it. And the whereabouts of that monument have remained a mystery for over half a century. As we move towards events this year recognizing our veterans, whether it's the restoration of the Civil War monument, the introduction of a new World War II monument, this is a natural step to take to make sure that all our veterans of all colors feel that Worcester appreciates their service. So the truth of the matter is we held a hearing immediately after Mr. Coleman's suggestion that this monument was missing. I want to thank those on the Veterans Affairs Subcommittee. I'm sure Councilor Gaffney was supportive, and I know Councilor Lukes, who was president, was supportive of that, and also all the councilors who basically, in the form of what I would call a resolution, said we've got to fix the problem, heal the wound that was created unintentionally, but nevertheless has been simmering for over half a century. So that was step one, resolving to fix the problem. Step two was really finding a way to do it, that we could afford to do it, and with the knowledge
to do it right. And the idea would be to replace the monument with would essentially be a replica of what originally existed there. And that's where I want to recognize two people in the audience who represent institutions that have stepped forward, and without them, quite frankly, this could not be done. First of all, Frank Mann, who's a vocational director at Worcester Vocational High School. Frank, if you could just wave your hand, and Joseph Carlson, who's the president of the Central Massachusetts AFL-CIO. Between Mr. Mann's role at Worcester Vocational High School, they have committed to rebuild this monument and replicate it, and Mr. Carlson, on behalf of the Central Mass AFL-CIO, their group has committed to fund the cost of reproducing this monument. All told, it's a complicated project, and the hope and the belief is, and to answer Mr. Coleman's question, is this going to be done? Yes, it will be done. That was a promise that was made when we last spoke about it in front of this council. And at that time, I said it would be done relatively soon. The idea would be that it would be rededicated December of 2017, not this year, but next. It'll take the school year for Worcester Voc upon their return in September to work on it. But December was the anniversary date of when it was first dedicated, and we figured December would be an appropriate date in 2017 to rededicate it. There's never been an issue, I want to be clear about that the council supports this, the mayor supports this, and most particularly for this particular order, the city manager supports it. And I spoke to the city manager about the proposed location, and there's no suspense here. He is committed to putting it at this location. I put the order on the council agenda because I want it to be known publicly that we're going to put signage there, that the manager's committed to making that the appropriate location for it. And it is an appropriate location. It's a stone's throw away from its original location. It's in a direct line of sight with two other war memorials. And this will be a home that's highly visible. This is not hidden somewhere as a monument that we don't want people to see. It's quite the opposite. I don't know any other monument in the city of Worcester that'll get more exposure at this location than this monument will. So I am grateful for all my colleagues, the mayor and the manager, Worcester Vocational High School, AFL-CIO of Central Massachusetts, for basically solving a problem that took over half a century to solve and doing it quickly and doing it easily. And the answer to your question, Mr. Coleman and others, is this will be done, God willing. We will all be here next December, with rain or snow or sunshine, dedicating that monument at Lincoln Square. And the work will be done over the next year. There may be periods where there isn't much discussion about it, but rest assured, those of us that have to see it to completion will be keeping an eye on it. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll send that to the manager. All those in favor? Opposed? So ordered. Nicely said, Councilor Bergman. Okay, we have a resolution that the City Council go on record in support of residents and business in the Brown Square area in a request to direct the City Manager to communicate with the Massachusetts Department of Transportation, respectfully demand that the Mass DOT honor their commitment as stated in 2010 Memorandum of Understanding between CSX, the City of Worcester, Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and immediately begin the widening of Plantation Street Bridge at Atchison Street. Councilor Merrill Carlson, Lukeson Bergman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to give a little bit of history here, and I know folks are probably tired of the history of CSX, as we certainly are in the Brown Square area. So I bring folks' attention to November 15th of 2010, and that's when this agreement was made with the neighbors for closing Putnam Lane. So while some might not think that this is a big deal, it is a big deal, because these folks, DOT, came in and they made a commitment. It's a commitment in writing that they put to us. It's a commitment that said, as my good friend Lenny Sciaffredo pointed out, that they would immediately begin construction of widening this bridge. So we've lived with, in 2010, they came to us and said they would do it immediately once they closed Putnam Lane. So needless to say, last year, they came back to us because we had reached out to them and said, well, let me back up. What they had said is they wanted to do the construction of Plantation Street and Franklin Street before they began the work on the bridge. So we gave them that pass. And then once that was done, we reached out to them and they sat with us and said that they would do the bridge. Once again, they came to our neighborhood association up at Brown Square and said they'd complete this bridge if that's what we wanted. They tried to tell us that they'd give us a new bridge if we waited 5 years or 10 years or maybe 20, not quite sure. So in December of last year, they came to us and said that they would do the bridge if that's what we wanted because the money was still there, $2.5 million. In February, we had a meeting here with the city manager and with DOT, Senator Chandler, Representative Mary Keefe, Lenny Schiaffredo, and Bobby Pines from our neighborhood. Once again, they agreed that they would begin construction on that bridge. 3 weeks ago, they sent an email to our Senator Chandler and said that there was two options. And again, one was that they would begin the construction of the smaller piece of the bridge, that they'd widen it, and that would happen in probably 2018. That they put money in the budget for 2020, 2021 to give us a brand spanking new bridge. So I'm asking tonight for us to go on record in support of the neighborhood and for us to do whatever we can to say to DOT, we want the bridge widened like you told us you were going to. And for all the folks who don't live in the neighborhood, who may not travel through there, 2 feet is a big space at Atchison Street. You might not think so, but for those of us who live there and have to travel it every day, it's a big deal. So we would certainly appreciate the support of this council, and we're working with Senator Chandler and Representative Mary Keefe, and certainly the manager has been great at the last meeting when we met in February. He said, if this is what you want, then that's something I support. So again, we're sitting here, and now we're in May, and now they're saying they got a new deal for us, and what we're saying is we don't want the new deal. Thank you very much. We'd like our bridge widened, so I'd appreciate the council's support.
You should take the new deal and make it this year. Okay, so we can have a roll call. Roll call. Councilor Toomey?
Mr. Chairman, I apologize for being out while you were doing that. I wasn't feeling great. But I do want to commend my colleagues for bringing this forward. I was actually at the table when this discussion was brought up at the very beginning when we were talking about CSX and the whole project. And I distinctly remember the discussion that was talked about where they said, yes, we will do that first thing. I was at the table with Councilor Clancy and others on the committee, and so it's very frustrating when they knew. I mean, we made it very, very clear. The neighborhood made it very, very clear we couldn't go forward without this happening. We talked about different ways to make the bridge wider and to effect some change, and there's a temporary change that's worked somewhat well, but it certainly is nowhere near what was promised. And I absolutely feel that the people in that community, in that neighborhood, and anyone impacted in that area by the traffic have really paid the price. And this needs to be taken care of immediately. And I think that the state really led us down the wrong path on this one. They really told us, yep, we understand, we know this is an issue. So I am grateful that my colleague brought this up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bergman?
Just very briefly, state's no different than a city or an individual. A promise is a promise. When the city of Worcester allegedly promised to build a bridge, we got sued by the hotel developer saying, where's our bridge? The state doesn't get a pass just because it's the state, just like the city doesn't get a pass if we did something we said we should have done and didn't do. At the end of the day, negotiations are give and take based upon representations, whether it's a handshake or in writing. This was in writing. It's even more than a handshake. State delegation needs to know that we're all on board, supportive of the state delegation, to go forward and tell the Department of Transportation that the deal's a deal and you can't break it. It's been 5 years in the running. I mean, that's a long time to be dancing this dance. And I don't blame the folks here for starting to lose their patience. Matter of fact, I would have lost my patience a long time ago. So I hope we all can get together and unanimously support the right thing to do, which is to put the state on the spot and say, you made a promise in writing, it's time to live up to that promise. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Roll call.
Council Bergman.
Yes.
Council Conomo.
Yes.
Council Gaffney.
Yes.
Council King.
Yes.
Council Lukes.
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson.
Yes.
Council Rivera.
Yes.
Council Rosen.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, 16G, request city manager meet with the License Commission as soon as possible to discuss 765 Main Street, the Albion Lodging House, to present data on the police incidents, code violations, and neighborhood complaints for the property, and 10H, I, and J.
I'll be brief. I just want to say, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to speak. You know, these numbers that we've talked about, I want to really thank Council Haller, who, this isn't a new issue. This is something that I know that she was very vocal in, the community, the residents. I mean, what's scary is that you see these numbers, and it's not because of lack of effort. That's what's scary, is that there's been so much effort put into trying to do things to minimize what's happening in this building. The community has been responsive. Council Haller, during her time, was extremely responsive. During this time, we've worked together on this. We've been working on this. We brought it up to the city administration. Code has been in there. Police has been in there. Public Health Commissioner Dr. Castile has walked through the. So it's not because of lack of effort. We've actually now have the building owner coming to the meetings. They supposedly got management, which I say very loosely. And so I get it. I've worked with this population for many years, and you cannot have this level of concentration of this population with such need in one building. It doesn't work. And I think this is proof, because if Council Haller brought these numbers and it was that no one was paying attention to it, the city manager, you've sat on it, and that's not reality. There's been so much work, and yet we're not seeing any improvement. We've had some improvement on occasion with external loitering, and that's probably the extent of it. But we see the cost of the city. When you see these numbers, the city's managing this building, and it's just completely unfair. The effects of the community, people who live directly right there, it is just a constant slap in the face to this community, just a constant disrespect to the community of what's happening here. And also for this population, it's not good for them. I mean, one of the things that we've done a walkthrough, we went through a walkthrough with the License Commission, right, in hopes that, and some of the response has been, well, where are they going to go? That's not a good enough response. We're not saying put folks on the streets. We're saying that this situation is not working, and we need to figure out a solution that is not under one full concentration. And it's not good for these folks. The condition that people are living in this building is atrocious. So not only are we talking from the outside saying, oh, this is terrible for the community, it's disrespectful to the residents, to that neighborhood, which is all true, but also for the residents that are living in this building. We've all been in there, and it's horrific, the conditions that they have had to live in, and what they're paying to live there, which is even more outrageous. So I would just, at this point now, since we've done all we can, I don't know if the License Commission really fully understand what we're trying to say, but at this point now, we've tried. There really has been a great effort, and I really want to commend the city manager and the administration, public health, quality of life task force has been amazing. Code, they've wonderful. And yet still, with all that effort, we're looking at this number. And so that's so disheartening. I could only imagine, just even being part of this conversation for the last 5 years as intensely as I have, how much more, it's literally always on the agenda. Like, on the agenda, this property. It's almost like, and it's like we're having deja vu. It's one of those kind of like movies and we're like replaying the same thing. And I think if anyone had to live immediately there, and even again, I reiterate, even for the population, the folks that are living there, it's just not working. And so we really need to figure out what's happening. And I think the License Commission really needs to have this conversation seriously. And I think that we need to consider this citywide. I don't think that any lodging house this large functions in this city without having this type of problem. So I think that we as a city need to take a look at licensing lodging houses that go above a certain number, because I really believe that they don't work. And this is proof with everything that's gone on. So I would definitely, again, I want to thank the residents. I want to thank Councilor Haller for her dedication and helping and working with this as she has, and thank the administration, and hope that we can, I think that we need to have this, we need to think about definitely the decreasing the numbers, looking at this building from another angle, and that as a city as a whole, that we in council begin to take a look at that. I think we seriously need to consider that this type of lodging house with this large amount of population, people within a certain building with such need, it's not good for them either. It's not good for the city, but it's not good for them. And so we need to be able, there are constituents too, they're the residents of this neighborhood, and it's unfair for everyone involved. So I would definitely just urgently ask that we, consider continuing having this conversation with the License Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Everything that Councilor Rivera said, I think, is true. Everything that some of the previous speakers in the audience said, I think, is true. I think it was about 4 months ago, I asked the code department to go into the Albion with a full team and do a top-to-bottom inspection of the building. That resulted in 80 different violations in that one visit. Then I asked them to go to all of the other properties that property owner had within the city, and we found another 25 violations in the other properties. That led to the media attention around the issue, and the property owners now decided to sell the property. I certainly am going to make sure the License Commission knows what my thoughts are in terms of the Albion, and I do think that we need a longer-term strategy for the Albion beyond just changing ownership. That's really not the long-term solution here. I think we need to think about a building that size, stabilizing it, having a different kind of use for it in that neighborhood that's going to provide some long-term stability to that neighborhood that's been through a lot, quite frankly, over the years. The previous conversation, though, about homelessness is directly related to this conversation, because a lot of the folks who are in that building are folks who don't have the appropriate wraparound services to allow them to stay successfully in their own housing. They're dealing with substance abuse issues, they're dealing with mental health issues, and one of two things happen. Either those things go on unchecked in that building, or they become victimized by other folks who are in that building who use their apartment or use their resources. And so it becomes a toxic mix for the people who live there and the people who are in that neighborhood. So it is a complex problem, but it's one that we are committed to trying to figure out a long-term solution to. It's been on the radar screen, and we certainly will let the License Commission know our feelings about that.
Thank you. So send those to the manager. Councilor Cornwall?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just sitting here listening to the discussion, the Albion, yes, it's a beast of different color. It's much bigger, much grander. But as you look throughout the city, there's always that building that creates an overabundance of incidences, whether it's police, fire, ambulance. And I don't know, to me, it may be worth looking at something with an incidence ratio per building, because then at least it gets on the radar. And I just hate to think all these incidents to this one building, all the other residents in that community who are not being served, who are law-abiding citizens, if we look at it in that manner. But you can say that throughout the entire city, whether it's a big building or a small building. If police are responding to a smaller property, one on Richmond Ave over 60 some odd times in a 6-month period, that's a lot of responses. 2 rude officers to that property. I don't know. I just think it takes away resources from where they're needed. And I don't know. I'm just venting, talking, trying to throw out some ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Okay. So send those items to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We can go back into budget now, if you like. Take a motion, and we'll go back into budget. Recess back into budget. And Ms. Ledoux has told me we should start with court judgments. That's what we sent the hearing on. So that is on page 141. Any questions? A motion to approve. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Let's finish off. I think Councilor Gaffney did a couple in A&F, and so let's start with A&F, which is on page 247, the finance. Are they coming up? Okay. And after A&F, we'll do assessing. So line up assessing. There's the man in charge of A&F now. Okay, we did technical services, and we've done city energy and asset management. So page 247. Which is finance, which is administration, budget, treasurer, collector. Any questions? A motion to approve. Okay, we can go into debt service, which is assessing, which is on page 255. Okay. We're doing assessing now. Who's that? Mr. Ford? It's on page 255. Any questions? Councilor Gaffney?
Yes, to the assessing department. Quick question is, expecting in the 2017 budget, are we expecting a 5% growth in the real estate values, and then what is it thereafter?
Through the chair to the councilor, we are projecting 5% overall, including personal property, for the FY17 budget.
Okay, then with the FY17, through the chair, the FY17 overall is 5%. So do we have any idea what residential increases are going to be, and what commercial property value increases are going to be? Is it different, or?
Through the chair to the councilor, when we give a percentage, that's the overall change. Within the different classes, there will be different changes. Within the classes themselves, so certain sections of the city may go up, some of them may remain flat. It's across the entire city that we're looking at the overall change.
Okay, and through the chair to the assessor is, what are we looking at after 2017? Any idea what the projections look like after that?
Again, the projections that we're looking at are in that same range, around 5%. That's based upon national trends. It is not localized yet. We don't have any data to support what we're looking at. That's an overall national trend that we're looking at.
Okay. Anybody else? Councilor Wilkes?
Mr. Chairman, on today's calendar, which we're not taking, 10G, request manager submit an estimated assessor's recap comparing the proposed FY17 tax levy with the current real estate assessments and the FY16 assessed values. Now, this was filed last year also, and the purpose of this item is to determine under this current budget what it's going to cost the average taxpayer, commercial and residential, additional taxes this year. So you're going to have to get an estimate of the tax rates, which we did last year, and tell this council when and if we vote this budget tonight, and frankly, I'm not ready to vote it, what impact it's going to have on our taxpayers.
Through the chair, anytime you increase the tax levy appropriation, there will be a corresponding increase on taxes for the 45,000. So if we did it, I saw your motion. You're taking this year's tax levy with last year's values. I would probably respectfully request you amend your order on the line of Councilor Gaffney's questions, and for no better term, factor the values by 5%. If we believe that the values for property in the city would increase 5% between FY16 and FY17, I would say let us get you that information, not just assuming the 16 values, but let us give you an estimate of what the 17 values will be on the lines of what Mr. Ford was describing.
Well, knowing the market, the real estate market, values are not going up 5%. Maybe down 5%, but not up 5%. So it's an artificial assumption, and it's created. It's an assumption to justify what we're submitting as a budget.
Through the chair to the councilor, the values for the city of Worcester between January 1, 2015 and January 1, 2016 actually did increase by 5%. And again, that's overall. So in one section of the city, it could be up 7-8%. In another section of the city, it could be 0%. But the values are up 5% during that time period that we're looking at.
All right, Mr. Chairman, through you to the Chief Financial Officer. If we were to cut $1 million, how would that translate on the taxes that would be paid by our taxpayers?
Through the chair, and this is shooting from the hip, it would probably be on a residential. If you can just.
So 1 million would
For and I'm going to give you a.
what? How many dollars on the?
So the median was 181,000. So you're talking 108, $18. Through the chair to the councilor, just very quick math. For every million, the median residential would go up $18. Go down.
Down,
Sorry, excuse me.
$18.
Go down $18.
So if we cut 2 million, would that mean 36?
36.
If we cut 3 million?
Just add another.
Okay, so we keep adding about $18.
Through the chair to the councilor, that's correct.
All right, so you're telling me I should amend my order that I have on?
Through the chair,
I want this in writing, frankly, because we're going to take a vote on this. And I'm not going to forget what your statements are.
through the chair
hear
to the councilor, and I think what Mr. Ford just did was based on the factors between FY16 and FY17.
So if I leave this item the way it reads now, you understand what I'm looking for?
Through the chair, but no, we understand what you're looking for, but you're taking value information from 2 years ago compared to value information from, last January. So one of the two factors you have in your request is dated information. So the output, most likely is going to be incorrect the way that order is written. So we can do what you're asking, but we would ask you to say with our estimate of current values.
Okay, let's do this in budget session, because I'm afraid we're not going to finish this tonight. And if we do vote this budget, I'm not going to be able to do it with the kind of knowledge I need in order to make a comprehensive judgment on the type of vote we're taking. Let's say, as out of finance then, for next week, we have this amended to read in the manner you're suggesting. And for the clerk's purposes, how would you suggest that we amend it?
Well, if you guys just take it offline and amend it next week, okay? Let's move on, okay?
Well, I think it's important to know how much we're going to be charging our taxpayers. But, all right, that's my concern at this level.
Okay. Okay, so we have any more questions on assessing? Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up on the Councilor Luke's comments, am I correct in assuming from our previous budget informal sessions that a 2.5% increase equals about $7.5 million in the budget?
Through the chair to the councilor, it's a little higher, but that's in the ballpark, sir.
Okay, and then through you, Mr. Chairman, also, when we talked about that being in addition to new growth is obviously new buildings that are built, new additions that are put on buildings, those kinds of things, new property that's accumulated. But, and this is something I didn't think about until Councilor Luke's just asked her question, is new growth included the increased values? Do you include that in the new growth? So in other words, if a house, nothing was done to the house, no work was done to it, no additions, it just went up in value because the market increased, is that included in the new growth?
Through the chair to the councilor, no, the increase in market appreciation is not included in new growth. New growth has to be a physical change to the property between the information in our systems and when we inspect the property. So if somebody did an addition without a building permit, let's say, we come out, we find it, that is considered new growth.
And if all property, and I understand you, through Mr. Chairman, I understand that some properties, types of properties and neighborhoods vary in value increases and decreases, but if on average they all went up the same, then new growth would not be an issue.
Any increase in the market is not attributable to new growth.
So the bottom line is if this council votes the $7.5 million more in the budget, we're looking at the average taxpayer. When we do the rates and we pick between the business section and the residential section, the classification hearing comes up. Let's say it came in the same way. If everything else was equal, the average person would see a 2.5% increase.
If all things were equal and everybody went up the same 2.5% or 5%,
I know that it would be impossible to come up with that, but on average, that's what we're looking at.
Through the chair to the councilor, that is correct. Except you also have to calculate in properties that come off of the assessment roll as well. So if a property is purchased by an exempt organization, and vice versa.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, so how does that affect the bottom line? So how does that affect it?
So if a large property comes off of the tax rolls, the increase would be greater than the 2.5%.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I apologize for these follow-ups, but have we seen a lot of those properties come off the tax rolls?
Through the chair to the councilor, I can think of a personal property account that will be coming off for FY17. That's a considerable amount of money.
Roughly, through you, Mr. Chairman, how much are we looking at coming off the tax rolls?
The assessed value is $1,450,000 off the top of my head.
And through you, Mr. Chairman, percentage-wise overall, how much is that? Roughly, for our total valuation. Is that like, in comparison to total valuation, what does that represent, that 1 million or whatever you said?
Sorry, it's through the chair to the councilor. It is a very small amount relative to an $11 billion assessment roll. However, I just want to point out that when you do have those factors going on, the percentage increase will be greater than just the 2.5%.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, so assessing. Council Gaffney. Oh, Council Carnival.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair to the assessor, how far in advance or how quickly does a property come off the tax roll if it's an exempt property? Say I buy a property today, I apply for my tax exemption. How does that happen at the application, or is there a process that takes place?
Through the chair to the councilor, if the property is purchased before July 1, 2016, it would be available to the exemption in 2017 fiscal year as long as they use the property for the purpose of the exempt organization. So it can be a year or two before they use the property. Sometimes we have entities buy a property that already has tenants in it. It may take them time to vacate the tenants so they can convert it to their exempt use. Sometimes we also have them acquire properties and hold them for a future use. So as long as it's acquired before July 1, they're entitled to the exemption. When they file for it, it could be immediate or it could be a couple of fiscal years later.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Gaffney.
Yeah, just to go back for a second. So we're talking about in some properties, not all properties. Some properties might be more than 5%. Other properties might be less than 5%. So it could be, somebody might get a decrease. Some people are going to get increases. So we've got the 5% overall increase in property value there's also the 2.5% will apply to the 5% with any tax increase to that particular property. Would that be a fair statement through the chair?
Through the chair to the councilor, it is not compounded. So the 2.5% increase is on the taxes. A 5% increase in the values, what that does is it reduces the tax rate.
Okay. But of course, it's not necessarily 2.5% through the chair. It's not necessarily 2.5% because you also have properties that might be coming off tax rolls. But you didn't indicate that it's a large amount, though, correct?
Properties coming off of the tax roll is not a large amount, no.
But then again, through the chair, the actual implication of this won't actually, it's going to depend on if you're residential or commercial with regards to split when we get to tax rate classification. Is that correct?
Through the chair to the councilor, all of this is subject to the percentages voted by the council at tax classification.
So through the chair, that means that, the increases could either be, proportionally more towards commercial or more towards residential, depending on what the tax classification determination by council is. Is that correct?
Through the chair to the councilor, that is correct.
Thank you.
Councilor Bergman.
If I may, through the chair to Mr. Assessor Ford, just switching gears a little bit, I'll await more information next week, more specific information. But we've discussed as a council over the last few weeks, and actually beginning back with the mayor's inaugural address, the importance of water bodies in the city of Worcester. And I'm wondering if your office has ever looked at how much value property would be increased if the body of water the property was on was in better shape than it is today. We have a lot of bodies of water throughout the city that need some help. And if you look at other communities where somebody has a lake house or a house on a pond, and the lakes and the ponds are in pristine condition, the value of those properties go through the roof. There's only so much water. And I think we lose sometimes our ability to have those maximum values and, of course, the incremental taxes because of that, because our bodies of water are not yet where they should be, although some are improving. Coes Pond and beautiful District 5, I don't want to forget that, is certainly improving. And I know Indian Lake has had some progress as well, but there's a lot of bodies of water in the city. And it's not something that's going to affect my vote on today's budget, but I think it'd be very helpful as a council to know, what we're looking at if we improve the bodies of water, because there's a cost to that, but there's also a benefit to that. My hunch is, and I know we have 2 real estate brokers on the council who I think would back me up on this, if we can get these bodies of water clean, we're going to increase the values of a lot of these properties, and of course we're going to increase the corresponding taxes related to that. And I think it's helpful to know that, because when we're weighing how much money we're going to put in cleaning up bodies of water, we need to know how much taxes we're going to have coming back if we do that. So I just throw that out there. I know you're busy, and it's a busy time of year, but if we could get some sort of information like that down the road, I think it'd be very helpful to all of us. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well said. Thank you. And as been pointed out too, is we pointed out some of I wrote something recently that this whole budget improves the quality of life for a number of different things, whether it be our schools, our public safety, DPW, public works, and that's what the whole purpose of the budget's for. Councilor Rosen.
Through the chair to Mr. Ford. Mr. Ford, we're not done yet. Almost done. Again, through the chair to Mr. Ford, just to review, what percentage of our property in the city is non-taxable? So I guess that would be non-profit organizations?
Approximately 40% off the top of my head.
About 40%. And I think there was several years ago, long before you came to Worcester, there was a mayor's task force, and it may have been a task force on the homelessness, but out of that report, not sure if it was to deal with homelessness, but I think it was, somehow out of that report came a formula if we were ever to make a request for voluntary payments from all our nonprofits. There was a formula. Are you, through the chair, are you familiar with that formula? What percent? We weren't going to ask for 100% like all the rest of us pay. We were going to ask for a very reduced voluntary payment. I'm guessing 7, 8, 9%. Again, through the chair, are you aware of that formula?
Through the chair, yes, sir. The report came back with an 18% recommended.
Okay, 18, through the chair, 18%. How difficult would it be for your office when you send out tax bills to send out not a tax bill to these 40% property owners, nonprofits? You can't send a tax bill, but you could send a little statement just saying, here, if you paid taxes like maybe commercial property, here's what you would have to pay. And for some, it might be hundreds of thousands of dollars, I suppose. But that statement could say, based on our formula of 18%, we would ask for a voluntary contribution from you. Through the chair to Mr. Ford, would that be something that would be difficult for your office to do?
Through the chair to the councilor, the assessor's office doesn't actually mail the tax bills at the treasurer's office.
Okay, but you'd have to provide the information.
So we would provide the assessment, just like we do on the tax bills. We provide the assessed value.
So, right, and that's the key amount of work. The rest of the mailing itself is not difficult. Since, through the chair...
Can I interrupt 1 second just to give you a... with the mayor's task force is looking at that again. That's one of the things.
Well, they are. Another mayor's task force is looking at it.
One of the issues we're discussing.
That's good to hear.
Okay.
We'll anxiously await that. Through the chair to Mr. Ford, since you're the expert on assessment and real estate taxes, certainly compared to most everyone else around City Hall, what would be your opinion of doing that in the future, of just asking for the 18% voluntary payment of every nonprofit, religious, social service, because all you're doing is making the ask. You're not sending a bill. You're not requiring it. If some of these organizations are angry because you're just asking, someone has to pay for services. 40%, 60% are paying for 100%. We're paying for the other 40% too. So in your expertise, Mr. Ford, what would you think of that process of doing that?
Through the chair to the councilor, my recommendation would be to look at some of the other pilot programs in areas like Boston, Northampton, Providence, Rhode Island, and apply some of the things that they have in their jurisdictions. It would be more, possibly maybe more amenable to the entities involved, because these are programs that have already been established. It's something to look at.
I don't think, through the chair, Mr. Ford, I don't think that they're as extensive as what I'm saying. They have some pretty big nonprofits, especially universities, and they are working out pilot programs with them. And I would love to do that here in the city. But I'm talking about being fair, asking every nonprofit, and it's just making the ask. We cannot require anyone who's a nonprofit to pay, but we can tell them instead of 100%, we're making the ask for 18%. So you still would say there's another way to do that, looking at other cities and towns that maybe are a little farther ahead of us
Through
in
the
the
chair
process?
to the council, the mayor's tax policy committee is reviewing them now, and they all have some type of base. I believe Boston's base is entities that have $15 million in property or more before they start applying the pilot program. Northampton, it's $1 million or more before they start applying the pilot program. So these are different things. If it's a very small nonprofit that has a $75,000 building and they're struggling to make ends meet, they may not have the ability. And,
Right. And again, we're only asking them anyway. They can't be too angry if we just ask. We're not requiring because we legally cannot require. Mr. Mayor, do you have any idea when that task force will be making their recommendations?
Hopefully shortly.
Shortly. Okay, I'll accept
We have
that.
one more meeting, and then we're going to put the report together.
That sounds great. We'll all be waiting anxiously for their report.
Maybe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Maybe you won't be. Councilor Lukes.
Mr. Chairman, in response to Councilor Rosen's request that we receive money back from real estate owners who aren't paying taxes, I'm just wondering what the total amount is of real estate owners who are not paying taxes, are delinquent taxes, and that how does that impact on the assessments and the amount of money that's calculated in terms of trying to determine whether we get $18 per million or et cetera, et cetera.
Through the chair to the councilor, in terms of the amount you raise, there is no correlation between taxes outstanding and the amount you raise in a subsequent fiscal year. The way the tax in Massachusetts, the budgeting requires us to budget the full tax levy less any amount reserved for exemptions, not tax delinquents. So when you approve a budget, it presupposes 100% collection of real estate taxes.
In actuality, how much really is paid?
Anywhere between 98 and 99% when you factor in, yes, through the chair, we
Really?
have that high of a collection rate.
So what's the total amount outstanding now from real estate that's delinquent? Do you have any idea? Ballpark? I think I asked for that information.
Through the chair, can we get your report
Yeah,
on
you
that?
can, because I had already asked for it. I was going to ask another question. Well, fortunately, it's gone by over my head right now, but I would ask that I be recognized when my amnesia is recovered.
Okay, the motion is to approve this. Councilor Bergman.
One follow-up question I should have asked, and I apologize. It's a quick one to Mr. Ford. Do you recall trying to get a gauge on where we're at as far as increasing or decreasing the percentage of nonprofit tax properties? You indicated you think this year's around 40%. My recollection, we had a no lower number last year. Do you have any recollection of what that was? Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Through the chair to the councilor, the original question was for all exempt properties.
Right.
So I included in that government-owned properties.
I was going to ask you that question next because I'm sensitive to the fact it's not. Some of these properties are state-owned and government-owned properties.
Correct.
So are you able to cipher through the chair out those properties this year to a percentage of truly nonprofit, non-taxable properties that aren't government-owned?
Through the chair to the councilor, not off the top of my head, but I can easily do that calculation.
And do you,
with the
last
real
question,
data.
do you have a sense whether that number is the same, more or less than it was last year?
We've had a few more properties, through the chair to the councilor, we've had a few more properties come off from applications after properties have been acquired. We have a couple more that have been purchased that we're waiting to see if when they file for their exempt.
At some point, you could get a report back to us.
Yes, sir.
I
As soon as the values are certified by the DOR, the information is available.
And I understand through the chair to all parties that the percentage is going to be significantly less once we take out
government-owned properties. And I appreciate, noting that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Conable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the assessor or the treasurer. Of those that are delinquent in our tax collection, how does that play into the budget? And has the city ever done a tax amnesty program like the state just got done doing to try to capture those funds?
Through the chair to the counselor, in terms of the delinquency, I thought I answered the question with Councilor Luke's question. It does not affect the budget. Relative to your second question, we did many years ago do a tax amnesty program, and from recollection, it was only on motor vehicle excise bills and possibly personal property bills, things that were not secured by liens.
I don't know. In my opinion, I think it'd be worth looking at it again if that's the case. If the number's a big number, I think it'd be nice to know what that number is. Again, if we can play with the whole, I think we're far better off. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, motion to approve. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay, we're going to debt service, page 271. This is what it is on that. Any questions? All those in move approve. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, the only question I would have is if any of the questions that I asked earlier are answered in any of this, or as a result, or can we see hints of those answers there? As far I noticed that 271, right?
271, yep. 272, yep.
Because I had folded over a couple pages here, but I had noticed that the payments didn't look like they reflected much of a difference, but a little bit. Mr. Ziedelis?
Through the chair to the councilor, I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question.
My question is for example, these paybacks, the payments that are due versus last year versus this year.
Through the chair.
And how many years would that reflect? Is that like 10, 20-year bonds, or is that just something just recently? Would it?
Okay, if I just may, depending on what type of work we proceed with, it will dictate the actual payment stream. So if we go out and do capital equipment, buy a cruiser, the repayment, the required statutory, or the term for which we repay the debt service would be 5 years. If we go out and advance a park, that would be 10 years. If we go to do building improvements, which increase the useful life of a building by 20 years, we'll amortize that over 20 years.
So therefore, these figures don't reflect any changes because you don't know where they're coming from. There's too many numbers there.
No, through the chair, Councilor. This budget's predicated on the actual existing debt service, the actual projects we advanced for which we will bond this December, and quite honestly, the only wild card, for no better term, the only estimate in here is what will be the interest rate we pay on this December's bond. Is the only, we go to, I'm sorry, Councilor Lukes just looked at me. We bond once a year. This upcoming December, we will convert to long-term debt all the projects that we, the city, have advanced through this June. Those notes, those bond anticipation notes, will be converted to long-term debt, somewhat similar to you get a construction mortgage and take it out with a conventional
I'll
finance.
look forward to getting finding out along with everyone what those numbers are.
Okay, so motion to Councilor Lukes.
Mr. Chairman, made the, I don't know if it's a mistake or not, of checking out some of the local blogs when one of them suggested ways that we could save some money. And I see the North High Fund on page 274 listed here, which was referred to in that blog, I think it was the Worcester Herald, indicating that we have funded that in excess of the required amount of money to pay into that fund, and that we could save over $1 million. Could somebody comment on that?
Mrs. Dallas?
Through the chair, the contribution to the North High Fund is part of the 5-point plan funds, which a few budget chapters ahead. This represents the debt service payments that are paid by that fund. So the fund has been built up over the last number of years since the implementation of the 5-point plan, and there's a $3 million deposit into that fund each year to build up a fund from which the debt service payments on the North High construction are made.
All right, how much could we cut from that fund and still meet our obligations?
I believe the fund currently has a balance of about $13 million, which would not carry the debt service for the North High construction project to its conclusion.
All right,
It does
translate that, please.
If you weren't making contributions to the North High Fund, it would not be able to make all of the debt service payments for the North High school.
So we don't have any excess funds in there?
Through the chair, no.
All right, this warrants some extra research. Does the Chief Financial Officer agree with those conclusions?
Through the chair, I don't know. No, the fund, if we put in $3 million a year, the fund, $3 million a year to LeBron's at the fees, there would be an excess.
It would be.
Yeah, if we put $3 million per year,
And are we putting $3 million per year in?
we have $3,047,000 in this year's budget.
All right, how much do we really need to meet our obligations?
Through the chair, I don't have what the amortization is on North High, but this
All right,
year.
can we have a written report for next meeting? Because some of these questions need to be answered before we take a final vote. So that would be my motion.
All those in favor? Opposed? So ordered.
Mayor, I think we should hold the item then.
Well,
We gotta hold
the
the
whole
item.
budget's held in. It's not really a real vote. It's just saying we're moving on.
We held about 2 weeks ago, we held the other item, so I just thought we should hold that item then.
Okay. Doesn't matter. Hold the item. All those in favor? Opposed? So voted. Debt service. Oh, we're on debt service. Pension obligation bond. Councilor Gaffney.
Thank you. Just following up on the pension obligation bond, see where we're at. I know if we're over on page 281 for everybody, I know as it indicates, I'll just read the sentence real quick. The bonds expose the city to risk should the investment returns not exceed the interest cost of the funds. So my quick question on that through the chair is, how are we doing on our return on investment on the pension obligation bonds?
Mr. Zadelis.
Through the chair to the councilor, the return is on the retirement side. The city issued, if I may take a step back, we had an unfunded pension obligation, we the city, to the retirement system. Back in '98, we issued a $221 million pension obligation bond, took those proceeds, paid it over to the retirement system for investment. So when we talk about rate of returns, it's on the retirement system side, not on the city side. So I think when Mr. Stearns issued a report on his valuation, I don't quite remember how they did on the investment So if I can defer.
Through the chair, I guess the average return over the same time period, I want to say it dropped down to about 5.5%. I think these bonds were paying 6.25 or 6.5%.
Okay, so through the chair, and what I realized with regards to this investment is we took $221 million in a bond and we put it into the market, and we had some issues with regards to the market due to a crash. And I'm just trying to see how it looks, whether or not we'll ever have we recovered our principal. Does it look like by the end of the term here? Of course, that's a little ways away, but do we look to be on track to at least get a return on investment? Never mind just on the principal. So
well, there was a positive return on investment. The $221 million was invested along with all the other assets, and all those pooled assets were invested according to the asset allocation, and they had returns each year. And averaging over the 17-year period, it averaged about 5.5%. So that's the return on the $221 million. On the city side, they paid an expense of about 6.3% in interest. So I guess you would look at it as a net loss of 0.8%.
Okay, through the chair. So yes, right now, do we know what that number would be in terms of dollars?
I don't have the net differential.
All right, through the chair. But we still have time to try to hope the market does better.
These bonds expire in 2028, so there is still time.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions? Okay. Councilor Lukes.
Some time ago, I raised the issue of our return on investment, whether we could transfer some of our obligations over to PIREC. Has the City Retirement Board transferred any of those funds that it had control over to, I'm not saying all of them, anything at all, to PIREC?
The PRIM.
Through the chair, we have made contributions into PRIM. We had a recent contribution of about $8 million. It was a move of one of our account managers that we closed down, and we moved it into PRIM, into one of their sleeves, a domestic equity sleeve. We also have had and still do have a real estate investment with PRIM and a hedge fund investment with PRIM.
So could we have a report in terms of dollars, how much has been transferred over, how much we're responsible for, and the return on investment in both categories?
Can we get a report? Those in favor?
For next week. Is that a yes?
Can you get that?
Yes, probably through March 31st, the last report we have.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on to DCU Center. Mr. Russell.
Mr. Chairman, just briefly, is there ever going to be a time when the DCU Center doesn't cost the city about $500,000 a year?
No.
Or is it always going to be?
Just,
or is there any light at the end of the tunnel? Because when you look at the budget, it seems like there's all kinds of revenue coming in. The company that manages it looks like they're doing a good job. The previous city manager renewed their contract. It didn't go up much, if anything. I think it was the same fee. The management incentive fees went up a little bit, but it didn't look, like it was a bad deal either way. But yet, the bottom line is it's still costing the city about $470,000. You would think after all these years that there would be some light at the end of the tunnel.
Through the chair to the councilor, sounding like the eternal optimist that I am, if you look at the DCU Arena operating revenue down in the funding sources, I'm sorry,
On
page 285.
On
In terms of
285.
the operations of the DCU Center, you'll see a trend of going back to FY15 actual. The operating revenue supporting the building was at $51,000 or $52,000. for FY15. FY16, it's budgeted at $166,000. So for all intents and purposes, it tripled. We're projecting for FY17, the operating revenue supporting the building be at $250,000. So in terms of trending in the right direction, it is. Will it require a tax levy subsidy in future years? We're hoping that as that revenue trends up, our support would trend down.
Mr. Chairman, I know last year, I think it was last year, maybe even the year before, the manager did the deal for the naming rights, and that was a plus deal, a good deal for the city, because I remember Googling that compared to the other cities that had a similar naming rights and how we did a lot better than other cities. But what about the advertising revenue? You go into the DCU and you see all ads on it seems like every time you turn your head, there's an ad someplace. Does that all go to the management company? Is that all built into the contract?
Through the chair to the councilor? Yep. No, that goes into their operating revenue calculation.
So the management company gets it?
No. Through the chair to the councilor? No, indirectly the city gets it because they manage the facility. So that goes into their revenue stream in the calculation of the operating deficit or profit of that arena, which you're seeing in the line item.
Is there an item that says advertising income? Because I didn't see it. Maybe
through
it was
the chair. If you go to page 287,
okay.
Other income on their
other income.
That's their financial statements. You'll see advertising income increasing, between, or I should say, $393,000.
Thank you.
Okay. Motion to Councilor Gaffney.
Now on the DCU Center, there's ancillary revenue too that would be difficult to track. Through the chair, would it be fair to say the revenue hopefully will be deriving from the increased capacity of the hotels? I think we get a tax on some increase in food, for the meals. So if people come into the DCU Center and they stop over at the restaurants, I probably shouldn't name them, but if they're stopping over the restaurants, we actually benefit from that. And I'm not asking for a report on this. God, no, we don't. It'd be way too hard to calculate. But any idea how much increased tax revenue we do get from the DCU Center, which may somehow offset, whatever our other costs might be?
Through the chair to the councilor, we have the DCU Special District. So making reference to that one restaurant that will remain nameless, both the locally adopted meals tax and the state meal tax on that one restaurant that you were referring to comes back to us and is supporting the debt service on the DCU expansion.
Mr. Manager?
Through you, just to expand upon that, in anticipating some of the new development, including the new hotel in Washington Square, with the council's support, we went back for a home rule petition to expand the district from its previous configuration to capture additional parcels that we knew were coming online. So when the Homewood Suites opens, part of the hotel tax that will be generated there will able to be kept here in the city of Worcester to go into further investments in the convention center and arena to make sure that it's kept modern, and so we can compete on getting the kind of conferences and arena events that are necessary to keep the thing going and keep the vitality going. So I think we've done a pretty good job of expanding and anticipating some development and positioning ourselves to continue to keep some of that money that otherwise would have gone to the state captured locally and invested back in this facility to our benefit. And I might just mention the Major Taylor Garage. We get a fair amount of revenue generated from events at the DCU as people use that parking facility to attend those events as well.
My point isn't through the chair to the manager. My point is also that yes, that's some of the direct money, but indirectly, the other portion, the benefit would be the fact that new hotels are set up, and that's going to help drive both ends of the spectrum there. Both the DCU, because now they can have bigger events with more people in them, as well as the hotel because of the DCU. So it's a trade-off. So I know we're looking at dollar for dollar, but there are ancillary benefits to having the DCU center, and that's my only point, that maybe are not captured in the data here.
I think that's exactly right. And the new hotel rooms are really a critical piece of the marketing strategy, because in order for us to bid on a number of conferences, we need a certain number of hotel rooms within the community. So by getting the 300 plus additional hotel rooms that are coming online, it's going to allow us to attract other events that previously we didn't have enough hotel rooms to bid on. So, I think there's some very positive trends ahead to get additional conferences as well as big arena events.
Right. Through the chair, basically what you've got is you've got the revenue from the hotels that we get some money off of as well, taxes, and we also get the revenue from the increased revenue by having those extra events at the DCU center. So hopefully they compound and we can do better with the DCU center. That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Connell.
Through the chair to Mrs. Adels, is it just looking at the numbers, it looks like the convention center is kind of a drag on the property, where the numbers on the arena are shrinking as to our obligation, and I just see the numbers on the arena widening.
Through the chair, your summation is correct.
So how do you, I appreciate everything that's going on. Is there any way to calculate what that may translate into future business? Is there a method? Is there a formula that's used in the industry to say?
Mr. Manager?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the council, I think, as I mentioned earlier, having these additional hotel rooms are going to allow us to get into some convention opportunities that we weren't previously able to even compete in because we just didn't have enough hotel rooms to support those. One of the big benefits that we've seen in the recent years in terms of the arena is some of the concerts that they've been. That's the most lucrative part of the thing, because you can get 12,000 people. And when you put 12,000 people, they're thirsty and they're hungry, and we generate a lot of revenue in terms of the concessions that are there. So those big concert events are the most lucrative, and they've had a lot better luck in the last year or two in getting some of those big concerts. And you get a couple of days of some of these big acts, and think about how long with some of the smaller events with 1,500 or 2,000 people, one concert one night with 12,000 people. So I think the combination of being able to get more of the concerts, and now with the additional hotel rooms, be able to compete for another section of the conference market, hopefully will be a good combination going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there anything we can do in the meantime to bolster revenue out of the convention center? Is there any naming rights, or is it all under one umbrella?
Mr. Manager?
I was just going to throw out, one of the things we've tried to do is the new Figs and Pigs restaurant on the corner. Not only has that activated that corner and helped create some vitality downtown, but she's now also selling into the concourse during events. So it works both ways. We can service the downtown folks, from the street entrance, and then service inside. And we have a pretty good arrangement there, so a lot of that revenue helps support the DCU. So Worcester Wares is on the back. We've rented out that commercial space. So we've tried to really maximize every opportunity within the building to generate revenue, to fill up those spaces, and quite frankly, add to the retail and the activity, the feet on the street in downtown.
Okay. Motion is to approve. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Let's go to Human Resources, page 117. Any questions? For the first one is Human Resources. Okay, let's move on to Councilor Rivera.
Yeah, I just wanted to say really quick that, it's definitely a different human resource than when I came in 5 years ago. And I just want to really commend the administration and the sincere effort of what's happening in human resources to diversify the staffing and making really sincere effort to get information out to the community. I know that we started having this conversation several years ago, but I think that sometimes people don't get to see what happens behind the scenes, and I'm just really proud of of the sincere effort. It's something that I find it wasn't something that was obligatory. We really have to do that, but they really have shown, Mr. Chairman, a sincere commitment. So I wanted to really thank the administration and this department, because I've been really impressed with their effort to really get out to the community. How do people get local jobs? They've tried to accommodate, with language. They've tried to accommodate with timing, and really have made sincere effort to make sure that being able to work for the city is something that's inclusive and is reflective of all the city. So I just wanted to highlight that, and thank you.
Okay, so the motion is to approve. Councilor Wilkes.
During last week's budget session, I think I asked, don't remember which department it was, about pre-employment physicals. And the answer was you'd have to ask HR about that. So I am asking HR, is there a policy throughout the city and the school department regarding pre-employment physicals that deal with not just the person's health, but their ability to do the job? Because we did have a controversial case of a cafeteria worker some years ago who clearly, although he may have passed a not so vigorous exam that said he was in good health, was not able to do the job, and as a result, we, as a city, had to absorb a lot of workers' comp costs. So the question is, what's our policy on pre-employment physicals?
Ms. Johnson.
Through the chair to the counselor, we, on the city side, the city HR department does do pre-employment physicals, and we also do pre-employment drug testing. I can't answer for the school department other than the fact that I know they have looked into doing pre-employment physicals. I do not know the current status.
So it's possible they have no pre-employment physicals. Is that what you're telling me?
Possible they do.
Through the chair to the counselor, it is possible that they do not.
Possible. How do we get them to do pre-employment physicals so that we don't absorb the cost of not doing pre-employment physicals?
Through the chair to the counselor, we do not absorb the cost of the workers' comp case, but I defer to the counselor that there is a cost. It is not reflected in the city's budget.
Where is it reflected?
Schools.
It would be in the school department's budget.
School department. In terms of workers' comp, which departments have the highest applications for workers' comp?
Through the chair to the counselor, I would say the split on workers' comp cases are about 60% school department, 40% city side, and on the city side, the majority of the cases would be found in DPW.
Okay, but you're saying the city doesn't pick up the cost for the workers' comp cases generated in the school department?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. Do our pre-employment physicals, are they directed to seeing if the person hired can actually do the job rather than what the status of their health is?
Through the chair to the counselor, there's a range of types of pre-employment physicals depending on the type of work you do. For instance, an office job would not require as much of physical aptitude than a job that would be done by someone who is a laborer.
Okay, I'm going to change course here. On page 121, There's a line item for legal consultants, 2001. There is on the page numbered 120, a coordinator of employment at 91.5 and a coordinator of labor relations at 98.5. Aren't they, in fact, all lawyers?
Through the chair to the counselor, the items in the ordinary maintenance are for outside counsel. We have two different firms. One firm handles public safety, and the other firm handles non-public safety. And the majority of that work is on collective bargaining, which is a specific type of law that is practiced. And many years ago, about 10 to 12 years ago, we switched from doing in-house labor counsel, simply put, to match the expertise on the other side of the table. We needed to step up our game and get people who are experts in the field, who are out there every day doing that kind of work all over the Commonwealth, and had their hand in that work every day. On page 120, the coordinator of labor relations is an attorney. The workload of that one attorney is grievances, AAA cases, MCAD cases, unemployment cases. The coordinator of employment, I think, was the other position you mentioned. That is not an attorney's position. However, the labor relations specialist position is an attorney, and that attorney specializes in workers' comp, and we do our workers' comp legal work in-house.
And what is the law department's relationship with human resources? Do they handle any of the cases that may have started as a workers' comp case, etc.?
Through the chair to the counselor, no, that would be highly unusual for a case to be handled in HR and then go to the law department. There may be cases, employment cases, where that would be litigated in court, and they started out in court, that through conferring with the law department, they felt that it would be better handled by them. And we often confer on MCAD cases.
Is the Ralston case in Human Resources Department, or is it in the Law Department?
Through the chair to the counselor, it is handled by HR. That was one of the cases that we determined to have outside counsel handle, because in cases that involve termination of a public safety officer, that was the expertise of the particular law firm. And because the current Ralston case is a civil case, and we have the same attorney who handled the employment case handling the civil case.
Okay, the proposed budget says $201,000. What have you spent so far this year on legal consultants?
Through the chair of the counselor, I can get a specific amount to you in a separate report, but I'll go off the top of my head and say between these two firms, we're probably in that 200 range, possibly a little bit higher.
Not double or triple, just a little bit higher.
Through the chair of the counselor, it'll be in the 250 range.
Okay, you
off
have
the top of my head.
Okay. One last question in this round. I'm looking at professional development, training, retention, etc. What is that?
Through the chair, this is a category we added in last year's budget to handle professional development, trainings, retention, volunteer recognition. It is something we wanted to step up our game to to offer more professional development and association fees, for example, so that we can increase the professional development process.
And how much did you spend this year? It's a new program. I'm just wondering how successful it's been. What do you have left in that account?
Through the chair of the councilor, I do not know that number.
Can we get a report on that for next week?
Favor, opposed, so what?
All right, thank you.
Councilor Gaffney?
So about maybe a month or two ago, I had to renew my notary. So I met with Sheriff Lou Evangelitis over at the jail. I only mention that because he was talking about a lot of the issues that we're using legal consultants for now, with regards to bargaining, with regards to other labor contract issues. And what was interesting is he said what he did was he got rid of the mostly outside counsel. In fact, in his case, pretty much all of the outside counsel, if I remember correctly. And what's more interesting about that is he hired an attorney that used to work for the city, a young gentleman who I'd met once litigating a case. So I'm curious as to why we think there's a level of expertise with regards to legal counsel we're hiring, where the sheriff actually hired one of her own people from our own law department to go work for his department, and I think he might pay the guy about less than $100,000 a year. So, my question is, what is the basis for the contention that these legal consultants have more knowledge or ability than the attorneys we have working here in the city?
Through the chair to the councilor, historically, when that decision was made, it followed a very highly contentious JLMC process where the city was lost a number of cases in a row, but most specifically a fire department case that was hard to fund following the loss of that case. And it was, I call it a game changer. It changed the way people wanted to handle these labor cases. I also want to add that the city of Worcester is much larger than the example used, and 10 or 12 years ago when we did do in-house labor work, we had 4.5 attorneys out of the Human Resources Department. Now we have 2. So I would argue that the cost of 2.5 more attorneys in the city of, on our payroll would cost more than $201,000 with benefits and salary.
Okay. I was there, so I remember when we decided to go outside consultants, and we've been criticized heavily for that over the last several years. But I think the city's in a better place because of it, and we have some good negotiators on our team, and like it was said, that we have a number of different entities that we negotiate with in the city, and there's a lot. And the city council made that decision, pretty much with the city manager at that particular time. It was a city council. It was a city council decision at the end of the day. Councilor Merrill Carlson.
Yes, through the chair, I'm just looking here at the chief diversity officer. When we looked at the amount, it was $64,437, and now moving to $73,176. It's a heck of a jump.
Ms. Johnson.
Through the chair to the councilor, I believe that number on the left was the minimum step. We put it into the budget before we actually had a candidate. And so it is very typical in the budget when a position is vacant to fund it at the minimum. But when we did go through the pool of candidates and we ended up with Dr. Carter as our candidate to recruit her, we did have to offer more than the minimum.
Okay. So motions to approve. All those in favor? Councilor Gaffney.
Between the professional development retention and the legal consultants, which I respectfully disagree, the increase in the amount of money we're actually going with a chief diversity officer, I'm actually going to suggest on this item that we cut $75,000 from the budget. I really think that we're paying way too much to legal consultants. I think I heard enough from the union members concerning the protracted negotiations and billing issues that they were having. So that's my motion.
Your motion is to cut $75,000. Roll call. Yep.
Council Bergman.
I actually had a question. I'm sorry. I apologize. I did have my hand up. I know it's,
I didn't see your
it's
hand,
getting
sorry.
late. No. It's no worry at all. Before I'd be prepared to take a vote on that, I would like to know the impact and our ability to negotiate these cases. I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with what Council Gaffney was asking about. I mean, I personally think that if we could find somebody that works in the labor field that's leaving, and we could scoop them up as an attorney for us, we should seriously consider the benefit one way or the other, and whether or not that's better for the city than hiring outside consultant. However, $75,000 is a huge chunk of the budget we have, and we do have ongoing labor negotiations. And who's going to do that for us if we get rid of the $75,000? I mean, maybe we can be more efficient with what we have, but I'd like to know from somebody more professional than myself, what impact that would have before we vote on that. I mean, maybe there is no impact, or maybe it's a manageable impact, but I think just throwing out a number to cut and then having no conversation about what impact that has really does a disjustice to the vote. I mean, I'm not prepared to vote on what would be probably a almost 1/3 reduction without knowing what impact that's going to have. That's just how I feel about it.
Mr. Manager?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I guess it wouldn't be a surprise that some of the folks on the other side of our negotiating table would like to see us not have such a formidable team during those negotiations. So I don't think we should be surprised that they don't like the team that we have, but I think it allows us to have a balanced approach. They have outside counsel. They have a team of folks who negotiate these kind of contracts all over the state and know what the trends are and know what other communities. And quite frankly, in these negotiations, we hear a lot about what other communities are doing, and that's thrown at us. To have the kind of expertise that understands the nuances of what's going on in these other communities and how we compare and how sometimes we don't compare to what's going on gives us the ability to, I think, have at least a fair and even matched negotiation. All of the conversations that we're having about the cost of, the overall budget and taxes and all of that, what's the driver here? Is the cost of our employees. So whether it be their wages, whether it be their health insurance, whether it be their pension benefits, all of that is subject to the negotiations. So for us to go on the cheap, I think it's going to be penny wise and pound foolish in terms of what it could cost us as a city if we have a lot of arbitrations and a lot more, protracted negotiations, or we're outgunned at the negotiating table. So I think we should think long and hard about whether the $75,000 is worth it. Kind of, I'd suggest unilaterally disarming ourselves at the negotiating table.
Okay. Anybody else? So roll call. Roll call is to cut $75,000 out of the budget, of the human resources budget.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of procedure, if I may. Maybe I wasn't as clear as I should have been. I'd like to have a report on the consequences of reducing the budget by 1/3.
We'll hold that then and get a report for next week.
If that's what I need to do, I'll hold up.
Okay. I think, okay. What was that, under human resources? I lost my place. Okay, we went over workman comp a little bit already. Anybody more questions of workman comp? Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Unemployment compensation? Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Health insurance? I think we'll be getting reports later on all year on health insurance and the costs. And those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay. I'd like to do maybe the manager's office, then we'll close it up and go back to the council and maybe come back. We'll keep on going for as long as you want. I'm good. I can keep going. So, what's that? Yeah. So, city manager's office, page 55. 55. Questions? Move to approve. Councilmember Carlson.
Yes, I just have one question through the chair. Can you describe what the additional $10,000 for ordinary maintenance for the Quality of Life Task Force will be used for?
Ms. Johnson.
Through the chair to the counselor. As you know, the Quality of Life Task Force is a new initiative in the fiscal 16 budget, and now that we're 8 or 9 months in, and we've seen the great work that they've done and the amount of work, the types of work, we can now identify some ordinary maintenance needs. They've visited about 1,200 properties to date this year in 8 or 9 months, and in that work, they have needs for instance, materials to remove needles from parks. But the majority of the OM needs, I think, will go towards cameras. That has been identified as one of the primary needs, to have temporary cameras put in problem areas to try to identify illegal dumping and the like.
Mr. Chairman, I thought only my microphone got shut off. I didn't think US 7 did. On page 59, just want to, I guess I want to compliment the telephone bill going from 8,000 to 1,000, as well as the network going from 6,400 to 600. Why was that? Why did that happen in this office and not in other offices across the city? Boy, I think when yours got shut off, mine got turned up, so I had
Mrs.
trouble.
Dallas.
Through the chair to the counselor, as I said with previous departments, the amount for the recommended for FY17 is in line with the actual anticipated expenditure for FY16. So the line items could have been off for FY16. We're correcting them in FY17.
And Mr. Chairman, the only other thing that pops out to me on this is the new position that's added, Chief of Operations and Project Management for $73,000 and change. And I see that one of the principal staff assistants were deleted. So what was that about? I don't remember that being in the review. If maybe the manager or the Mr. Zanellis can elaborate on why the change, and was it the same person that just moved into a different job? Or was it a whole new position that's being created for something else?
Ms. Johnson.
Through the chair to the counselor, we did have a regrade of a staff member from a principal staff assistant to this chief of operations. This employee has taken on a considerable amount of work in the area of the youth initiatives, and also picking up some of the operational and management of lower staff. When the additional work of the Quality of Life Task Force was put on the chief of staff, this position took on some of her responsibilities.
So it's basically just a reclassification of the same staff.
Through the chair of the council, that's correct.
Thank you.
Councilor Bergman.
Just a question on the staff assistants. I see the number went down from 16 to 17. I'm just curious, did you lose somebody? I hope nobody got less pay.
Ms. Johnson.
Went from 5 to 4 through the chair. Is that what happened?
Through the chair to the counselor, the funded positions in FY16 was 5 at a total of 287, down to 4 of the positions in.
If I missed that, I apologize, but I would like to make a comment, say that, with looking at the salaries that some folks make, I see divide through what the staff assistants are getting. They work awfully hard for what they get paid, and it's very much appreciated because I will say that the manager's staff, and as well as the mayor's staff, are always very responsive and shed a very positive light on the city of Worcester. I can't tell you how many people tell me that they contact the manager's office, and they are very much impressed with how they're treated. So, great job.
Yep. Mr. Manager?
Through you, I really appreciate the councilor saying that, and I'd be remiss if I didn't just say, echo that. I am truly blessed, and I think the city is blessed with the type of people that we have in my office. To a person, they are dedicated. They'll all be on the Common this Saturday, getting the World War II Memorial up and ready and making sure it's a first-class operation. They're out at clean team events on the weekends. We've started something where all members of my staff are out representing my office at all the neighborhood meetings. So whatever number of neighborhood meetings the district councilors have, they're representing those as well as the other ones. So they are working more than a full day, more than a 5-day week. And I just think we definitely get our money's worth out of every one of them. And I'm very appreciative for the kind words.
Councilor O'Connell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to echo many of the same sentiments Councilor Bergman did. In all honesty, the city manager's entire team has been very responsive. Any needs that I've had in District 1, any questions, concerns, if I was unable to solve them myself, with their assistance, we've been able to solve problems, and it's very encouraging for me as a district council to know I can pick up the phone, reach somebody in his office, make my request, get a return phone call, and get the action that's going to be taken to solve the problem. And I just want to say thank you to all of them, those that are sitting here today and those who aren't, because it does help make my job a lot easier as well to represent the people that I represent in District 1. So thank you all.
Mr. Chairman, that and when you send an email or make a phone call, you don't really expect a response when you're sending it at 10 or 11 o'clock at night, and very often I've gotten those responses. Your staff, Mr. Manager, goes above and beyond every single day, and they are probably some of the most professional, responsive people I've ever met. And I am truly grateful because I know that their love for this city is immeasurable, and they really feel it and act it every single day. And I think that the citizens of the city of Worcester really benefit from the quality and caliber of employee that you have in your office, every one of them. So thank you very much to all of you.
Okay, good job. And appreciate all your time and effort you put into the city. The city's going in the right direction because what the city does together as a team. And I know some people find it hard to believe the city's on a positive trend and the values are going up and business is coming here, but we're doing a good job. Thank you. Okay. So we can approve that. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We have contingency on page 61. Motion to approve. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay. You guys want to go back to the council budget? What's that?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Council Lukes?
Mr. Chairman, I see that $500,000 is being budgeted for this year in the ordinary maintenance. When I saw it, I thought that doesn't leave much wiggle room for emergencies or unanticipated needs. And I'm just wondering if, in fact, we need to have more than $500,000. Where's the manager going to get that money?
Mrs. Zadelis?
Let me,
Through the chair to the council, I'm sorry I didn't hear the question.
Here, while you're thinking up the answer, let me offer. The question is, where are we going to get the money if the $500,000 isn't sufficient? So one of the things we tried to do with this budget is to try to have a little transparency. Some of the areas that we know that we have some vulnerabilities, we know we have an arbitration case out, and so we put in that department's budget what the model contract would be. So it's just clear that we're anticipating some exposure there. It could be more, could be less, probably not less, could be more. And then the legal judgments. We bulked that up significantly because of some of the issues that we know are potentially going to come to fruition in next year. And we would have to do what we do every year, make adjustments throughout all of our different departments and economies as necessary if we have, circumstances that are unforeseen beyond the $500,000. That's why it's if we take any of the breathing room out of the budget, it limits our ability to deal with the unforeseen circumstances that come up. But we'll have to see what happens with the snow account, whether we spend that amount or more. There are a lot of variables within the budget that we'll look at as the year unfolds if we do need to tap into an amount greater than that budgeted in the contingency.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. If I could jump over, if we're going to get out of the budget session and go to our regular calendar, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to go to page 289, which is the 5-point plan funds.
Okay, let's finish the contingency first, so a motion to approve.
Okay.
Then, I was thinking of going there myself, so let's finish off.
All right.
I could finish this off.
The North High Construction Fund is again listed there, and it says that each year debt service and costs associated with the construction are charged to this fund. I'm just wondering if we could get a report as to what the costs have been that were charged to the fund for the last 3 years, because my notes, which I fortunately found, indicate that the actual expenditures for 2014 were $1.4 million. It is now up to $3 million. So what happened each year? And is there extra funds there that could be dedicated to lowering our tax rate? So that's my question. I'd like to know what actual payments were made, what the costs were from 2014, 15, 16.
Okay.
So I'd make that in the form of a motion if we could have that report.
All those in favor, opposed, so voted. Council Toomey?
Conversely, Mr. Chair, how much of a savings is there by front-loading payments towards debt?
Okay. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Well, conversely, then, with item 8E, since then I think you should hold 9A because it's the same report that we're holding on 8E. So I was going to hold 9A.
Well, the whole budget we're going to be talking. We're getting the reports anyways for next week, right? Okay. But if you have more questions, we should get the questions out for the 5-point plan. No, that's it? Okay, so we'll have some reports next week. Ms. Ledoux, what was the other one you pointed out? A line item budget, page 293. Mr. Manager?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure we're managing expectations here. The council's generated more than 50 orders during the 3 budget sessions. So we're going to do everything we can to bring in the finance-related reports. There are a number of operational reports. I'm not going to be able to get those to you by the next week's budget. We'll get the finance-related ones, the budget-related ones, which will take a lot of effort. I think there's probably close to 20 of those by next city council meeting. So just understand the volume of stuff folks are asking for. We're more than 50, so we're going to try to prioritize. But your operational ones, hopefully people understand, won't be able to come back for next Tuesday.
Sounds fair. I don't think everybody was expecting operational, but the finance ones.
Mr. Chairman, you don't have to bring my report that I just filed back for next week. It has nothing to do with really whether I'm going to vote or not vote. So you can hold that one.
Okay. Down to 19. Councilor Gaffney?
Just for point of clarification, if we're going to go to line item budget, though, we haven't covered, well, a number of other items. We've got a bunch of things held, so what are we doing with the line item budget? I know you just mentioned it. I don't know if we're going to that.
Go down the list.
It's on the list, but we also have several items held, motions, and so forth. I mean, so we're going to try to...
You can hold that one. Let's go down. Let's go to city auditor. Page 45. This way, if you have any questions, we can at least try to wrap it for next week. Any questions for the auditor?
If I can, just for another point of clarification on the line item budget, you're indicating we're holding it, but I don't know how we could even move on the item when other items haven't been covered. So that's my question. We just not discussing at this point, or I don't understand how we could have a hold on a line item budget when we have.
What do you want to do? We can discuss it. We don't have to discuss it.
Well, I don't understand. Well, we can't vote on it if you haven't gone through the rest of the budget.
Well, that's why we're going to the auditor.
So what did we do with the line item budget? We just passed it and we're going to go over it next week?
Yeah, next week, yeah.
So it's not a hold because we haven't gone through the rest of the budget. You can't go right to the end without
It's
going
not a big deal. We can do it next week. The whole budget's open up for discussion next week.
Okay, so it's not a hold.
Well, either way. Even with whole things or past things, it doesn't matter. I was just trying to get the questions out so we can finalize this next Tuesday. That's why we're going to do the city auditor, so we can just, any questions there we can't answer, we'll come back on Tuesday. Any questions for the auditor?
Mr. Chairman, he indicates in his mission statement he's going to perform pre-audits. I'm just wondering if you could tell us now what departments he's auditing and how many audits are going to be done, because there are several vacancies in that office right now.
Mr. Stearns?
Pre-audit refers to the processing of vendor payments on a daily basis, the process that we go through to approve the daily warrants, and also on the payroll side, we go through pre-audits on the payroll. So those are daily activities that my department goes through.
Okay, then perhaps I really should have directed my comments to audit the books and accounts of the city departments.
As far as the internal audits that I've been doing, I provided a list a couple of years ago of about 16 departments focusing on high-risk areas such as receipts and recording of receipts. I've been undertaking those audits, and I still plan to carry those out on an annual basis.
And what kind of follow-through do you have on the audits?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
What kind of follow-through does your office perform regarding the audits if you see any corrections that need to be made or any discrepancies?
We work through it with the department. If there's recording errors or maybe some deficiencies in internal controls, we'll point that out and point it out to the either the department head or the person that's in charge.
Okay, if there is inadequate response, is it your intention to come to the city council because we're the appointing authority, or do you work within administration with the manager and the treasurer's office?
I keep the finance office in the loop on any of the audits that I'm going through.
Okay, because we have had discussion as to what the city council's jurisdiction is as to appointments, and we just went through that with the assistant city clerk, and I don't know if that's a parallel situation with the auditor's office, but clearly since we're the appointing authority, I thought that at some point we have to be in the loop.
Through the chair to the counselor, there haven't been any significant issues. The departments that I've audited that have really warranted bringing it to the council.
But if there were, you would come to us.
Of course.
All right, thank you.
So motion to approve. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay. We on the law department, page 135. Any questions? Council Lukes.
On page 137, other personal services, 101,000. Could there be more detail on that?
Through the chair.
Mr. Connor.
Oh. The other personal services for the law department are mostly comprised of outside consultants and expert witnesses. The increase this year is related to the increased case activity planned for this year.
And how much was actually spent last year? Or this year, I should say.
Through the chair, the FY15 total was 150,000. FY16 to date is about 50,000.
Are there any bills in the pipeline? Because that's a significant difference. 50,000 spent this year, and you're asking for 101,000 for next year.
Mrs. Dallas.
Through the chair, we may have some bills in transit. We were just discussing with the solicitors for some work on two cases.
And that's going to be more than 40,000?
Through the chair, it could potentially, 3 cases that we were just conferring on could reach $100,000 obligation by June 30th.
Do we hire in this department outside attorneys? Because we have them in human resources.
Through the chair, occasionally we do. We have outside counsel retained for one case that we're dealing with now.
Where does that show up in this budget?
That's in the other personal services.
Oh, it's in other personal services, the account I just did. So that 40,000 or more would include attorney's fees?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, motion to approve. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Property and casualty insurance, page 139. Council Lukes.
Since we're mostly self-insured, I'm just wondering, how many claims have we had this year that we had to pay out?
Through the
That's
chair,
not in court judgments.
claims on the insurance account have been zero.
Zero?
There's been no insurance. There's been no claims on any
No.
facility that we have insurance coverage
All right.
for.
I'm just I really intended to ask whether we had claims that were uninsured that were made to the city. We always get them for potholes in the wintertime, and we
Yes.
have a process for filing a complaint, having a hearing, appealing it, and most people think it's not worth their effort because we always deny everything.
Through the chair, I can tell you that we have paid through mid-May, 53 claims of the sorts of water damage, sewer damage, potholes, car accidents. But I can tell you this, I don't have the number, but there's 400 or 500 claims that have been filed.
And where do we show those payments?
They're out of the court judgments account.
Oh, court judgment's not in this one.
Correct.
Oh, I see. All right. So what are we actually showing in this? Just the payments for insurance premiums of the few buildings that are insured?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
Motion to approve. All those in favor? Opposed? So ordered. We already did court judgments, so I think we've done. We go back to City Council. Back to City. No, I'm sorry. Going back to City Council budget. Yeah. We can vote on it, I guess. What's that? Oh, we have some motions. Okay.
Motion to hold.
Okay. Once we okay, we'll go do all this next week then. Want to do it next week or what's your? Want to keep going? I'm going to have to. Yes. 4:30 maybe. 4:15. We'll do 4:15 again. Okay. Okay. So we got left. We got the answers that the manager's going to work on his 45 orders, and then we have. Well, we can use some common sense when we put these orders together and come back to us. And then we'll do take the mayor's office, city council, mayors, and that's it.
Do we do clerk and elections too?
We already did the clerk, didn't we? We haven't done you either? Have we even started it? Oh, we did. I think we just held it. There was a cut. That was it. Yeah. So we already did that budget. Yeah. So we'll do that all next week then, at the beginning of the meeting. Okay. So the motion is go back and recess back into city council. Yeah. We're going to adjourn from finance and reconvene the city council. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. So we have chairman's orders 8A to 8C. I'm sorry. I mean 8Z. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Then we have 9A to 9N. All those in favor?
Can we take 9L out?
Take a 9. So everyone except 9L. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. And 9L is City Council approves the following framework to be used to conduct the annual performance evaluation of City Manager on June 28th. See attached.
Well, I appreciate the document. The governing rule here is under our charter, which is section 3.37. The evaluation just outlines that we're going to evaluate. I don't know what particularly this document is, other than an outline, and I hope we're not intending to limit us to this. I don't, I don't even see where the charter requires a performance assessment or definitions to that performance assessment, or a guide for evaluations. I mean, you could simply, according to the charter, just write, just provide a detailed evaluation of the city manager. So I don't really know why we're trying to limit ourselves to this format. I'm assuming this is just a guideline. This isn't a requirement. That's what I'd assume came out of municipal operations. I see that it was just a chairman's order, so it actually wasn't something vetted through council. It's just something that seems to have come up. Now, I know in years past we had a different looking format here, but I don't see that. I'm not certain that just these titles alone are appropriate. There's a lot more criteria that could be a part of the manager's evaluation. So if this is a guideline, it's fine. If those want to use it, if someone's intending this to be more than a guideline, then I oppose it.
Councilor Toomey.
Mr. Chairman, It's the exact same document that you used last year, that you didn't have the council didn't have an objection to using last year. Same thing. I don't understand what the problem is.
Okay. Councilor Merrill Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. As my colleague just indicated, it's the pretty much the same document that was used last year. My understanding is that there's a history at the City Council level of a document that has been used over the last several years, and I honestly never thought that I would stand up and say, quite frankly, if there was an issue with this form for the city manager's evaluation, then maybe my colleague should have came to the meeting to share some thoughts on what it is that we would like done in this. Again, this is a document that is not different than what was used previously. I was not here previously. This is something that all of my colleagues have used as a guide for evaluating the city manager. So, you know, I guess I don't understand what the issue is with this document for the city manager's evaluation. Again, if it was something that we created that was new, then I guess I would understand. But this is not a new document. This is a document that has been used previously.
Councilor Gaffney.
Let me just respond. I don't know what the point of this other. If it's a guideline, it's a guideline. That's fine. So I guess that's clarification I want. I know that I think it was there was another councilor that used to be with us. That not that he passed on. He's no longer with us in the council. But I used to use it as he used to do a long form evaluation. So. I'm going to assume that this is just a framework or a guideline and proceed from there. The charter is clear on the fact that it does not have any requirements concerning specific format. If others want to use this, that's fine. I'm not going to use this. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, it is the exact same document that the council used last year. For some reason, he's decided that he's got a problem this year. I don't know what it is, but I don't understand why he's objecting to this. It's ridiculous. I'd like to see a roll call. Thank you.
Okay, we can have a roll call on it. So,
can I have some clarification? What is the roll call on? Are we insisting that this document be used? Because I didn't use this last year. I made my own format. Let's just be clear. That's why I submitted. It wasn't a problem. That's why I intend to do again this year. I don't think the charter requires that I follow this document. I'm not going to follow the document. Be very clear on that. But if you need a roll call, I want to know what it's on. Are we imposing? Is this the format we have to use? Is that what's being said? Or is this a suggested format?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's the same one that you voted on last year.
We've heard that. I think we should taking George Russell's advice earlier. But this is the format we've been using. I think everybody used the unsatisfactory, needs to improve, meets, exceeds last year. Maybe not, but maybe it didn't.
To be clear, I didn't use this format. I actually came up with my own. I changed it around. I didn't use this exact format at all. Did I use some of the other categories? I did, but I didn't use this format. So I don't know what we're doing with this format. If all we're saying is this is a guideline to use so that everybody has a place to start, fine, I don't care. But if we're going to go to a vote, are we saying that we're imposing you have to use this guideline? That's what I'm asking for. I've asked it a number of times. I don't need to be repeated. We used it last year because I didn't. Thank you.
Perfect. This isn't a big deal either. Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with you. It's not a big deal at all. And I think that just a point of clarification. Last year, I think we went from a number schedule to the verbiage of satisfactory, unsatisfactory, or whatever. That was all. Nobody's trying to enforce that each council has to answer each question. Nobody's suggesting that those are the only questions that each councilor should take into consideration if he or she has any ideas. And there's really, Mr. Chairman, as a point of order, there's really no item to even have a roll call vote on. It's just here for your convenience, and that's it. That's the way I understand it.
In the following framework to be used to conduct the annual performance evaluation of the city manager. And I would hope that everybody would just use at least the assessment piece of this, and whatever you want to write up is fine from that point of view. because you don't, Councilor Russell's right, you don't have to answer all the questions. I don't think anybody ever does. Everybody writes their own thing with their own, but with that said, I think the performance assessment worked pretty well for everybody last year. Unsatisfactory, needs improvement, meets expectations, exceeds expectations. And I think that's fair to the manager to find out where he sits with people. And that's the least that we can do. The rest of it, you can do what you want. But I think we actually should have unsatisfactory, needs improvement, meets expectation, exceeds expectations. And
Well, I know we're all weighing in. I'll try to be brief and calm. I thought we were still in finance. Sorry about that. I really don't care what the format is, but I do think there should be a uniform format because I don't think the manager will get as much out of any evaluation if we all have different formats. I don't really have a preference of one or the other. I'll certainly give deference to something that was worked out by subcommittee because I don't really look at it as any much different, if at all, from last year. But, you know, some people are going to go A, B, and C, or some people are going to go 90, 100, 70. I guess that we could either have a discussion about everybody doing it differently, everybody doing it the same. I'm not going to try to force anybody to do it like anybody else, but I do think, I don't think by the rules of the city council there is a uniform rule, but you know, I don't think the manager is going to get as much out of this if we all do something different. But that's just my own thought on it. I certainly respect the fact that people might want to be individualistic about it. That's all.
Right. Okay. So we're going to approve the format given by the MO committee. If people don't want to follow it, that's up to them. I can't force you. So, all those in favor? Opposed? So ordered. A, request city manager establish a bike share master plan with focus to roll out in fiscal year 17. Further request the plan include options for bike taxis, hubs, internet rental program, and to tie into the major WRTA stops. Council Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if I'm trying to remember the new rules. Did you want to sign on to that? Councilor Rivera was also at a meeting at the chamber that we had recently, a great discussion about the whole bike plan issue and bike share and master plan focus, and some of the incredible talent that we had in our colleges presented some great presentations and they were really well done. There was a lot of data, a lot of research, and it truly bespoke of a city that could be. We could certainly have a lot more young people coming from campuses downtown and to other places, also encouraging utilizing the bikes for within our neighborhoods as well. I think that one of the things that I got out of this was the creativity that folks were talking about, and I suggested that we consider also in this plan bike taxis. That actually helps reduce the number of cars downtown. We always talk about a walkable city. A walkable city is encouraged by a bike share program. You bring your bikes to a bike hub, you know, to lock them up or to get to a place, and then you walk or vice versa, and it's really a great opportunity to try to reduce the emissions downtown as well. So it will be a benefit for our air quality. But I think that I'd really love to see this presentation of those young people. It'd be great to have that brought to the council. So that would be a separate request.
Okay. So send it to the manager. All those in favor? Opposed?
Thank you.
So ordered. Request the manager request the chief of police provide enforcement of excessive and unreasonable noise ordinance in the vicinity of Shrewsbury Street to deter automobile drivers and motorcyclists from operating their vehicles, sound levels and accelerations in a legal manner. Councilor Toomey, Merrill Carlson, and King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We were at the Shrewsbury Street Neighborhood Association meeting, and this issue had been brought up as it gets brought up often. And frankly, I was at a restaurant on the street the night before, and couldn't even, had to stop talking because of the noise. And it was really ridiculous that you can't even talk on the street because of the noise that's happening. And it far exceeded the noise level. We're not saying no to motorcycles at all. They're great, wonderful people drive them, etc. But the issue is the excessive noise when they're going utilizing non-conformist mufflers, etc. So I know that this was an issue. I know Councilor Merrill Carlson, who's the district councilor, was there, and Councilor King also agreed to be on this. And I think it's something that speaks for itself. Thank you.
Okay. 10C requests, send that to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. City manager requests police chief increase the police presence in the South Worcester area. Councilor Rivera.
As it reads.
Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. City manager requests the police chief provide traffic enforcement in the Cambridge Street, especially when children are released from school in the mornings and the afternoons.
As it reads.
Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. City manager develop a policy for having a police presence with appropriate at the times and open public meetings are taking place. Let me get down this one. This was just, last week people were talking about how disgusting the meeting was. When I'm at a graduation, like my phone is going off because they want police presence at a subcommittee meeting, I think it's unacceptable. I think this council, I'm very respectful to everyone. I allow everybody to speak. What happened last week was an outrage. And if I have councils who don't want to go into their meetings because of what happened, I can't have that. This can't have it. We should look at how, I'm going to ask Christian King from the rules, work with the city manager, to look at protocols on the safety of the subcommittees and the public meetings that take place in this building. And also to look at even at the beginning of the meetings, whether we start the meeting 15 minutes early or half hour earlier for public comment, and then we go into our meetings at 7 o'clock. Because I'm tired of disrespect that we get on a regular basis. It's not going to happen anymore. Whether we change the beginning of the meeting, I'm always for that, and or you can go back to what we did in the past. Because and I think when we start the meetings at 8 o'clock, I think people are tired from the first hour. We're already an hour behind before we even begin the meeting. An hour behind a lot of times. And sets a tone. It sets a negative tone in the council. It sets a negative tone in the subcommittee meeting. But there's no reason why anybody should be afraid of attending a subcommittee meeting. Councilor Rivera.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing this forth. Mayor, I think I really appreciate it. One of the things that we talk about is safety in the city and safety in our community. And when you're in a situation, and we talk a lot about, violence, violence against kind of like even when you have, one thing is to have a difference of opinion. One thing is to even be kind of passionate about it. But one thing is to actually come with a personal agenda. And when you come with a personal agenda, at that point now, I'm feeling unsafe. You're disclosing that you have emails that were sent to city council through the city clerk's office, yet you have it. And if city council chose to share it, that's fine. But you're bringing, it's just, you're using public time and mic to come and have a personal attack. And as a woman, when you have a male that's verbally aggressive, and making statements like, I'm going to disrespect you, and also, it's nerve-wracking. When you're, as a woman, to be on the other side, and to a point where you have someone in the audience who says, I'm going to walk you down, I'm going to walk you downstairs, I'm going to check the parking lot, because, it's, so you come and you're providing service and there was no one here, because it's late. It's definitely a difficult topic, but it's very productive and so much work. So, I think it's really, again, one thing is to have a difference of opinion, and one thing is to be passionate, but another thing is it's not even a level of disrespect. It is verbal aggression. And when someone also has a history of aggressive kind of behavior, it's very frightening when you're at the other side of the receiving end. and you're trying to conduct a productive meeting. So I just really want to appreciate that. I want to appreciate the support. I know that I had other council members with me, and again, I think we can definitely agree to disagree. This isn't about disagreement. This is outwardly verbal aggression. And I don't think that we should be subjected, especially when we talk a lot about kind of verbal aggression or any type of aggression with male towards women. This goes beyond a level of disrespect. This then goes beyond when you have someone coming and personally attacking. Now you're wondering, you're looking behind at every point. And I don't think that for myself or any one of us should have to live like that.
Gaffney?
Yeah, this reminds me of at least 3 incidents over the summer and one not too long ago. I don't know where we were then, but I guess we're talking about verbal aggression and people coming with an agenda. I gotta say, I think I've had people come in and at least twice called me a racist and everything during the campaign. Another gentleman came in to call me anti-Semitic with a clear agenda that was provided by others to come and smear me. It was a personal attack. I saw that even more recently with the Mosaic audit being sent over the AG's office. We all remember that. So I guess we're here now. I suppose I'm glad we're here because, having an agenda and having groups coordinating to have these attacks done on individuals. I mean, I guess what happened, I didn't watch the public health meeting. I don't know. I know that was an individual. But we've had groups coming here to slander and attack. And I got to say that all went down. And now all of a sudden, apparently there was something happened in a subcommittee meeting. And now we're discussing about the open public meetings and they're going to 8 o'clock. I mean, I sat here once for well over an hour as they just lined up to just, and of course it was during the campaign, so I guess it was all fair to just call me every name in the book. And no, they weren't threatening. They weren't staring me down at all. But I guess now, I guess now something happened in the subcommittee meeting, so we're going to do something about it. I'm not complaining. I'm glad we're finally going to talk about the issue because, it has been ridiculous. But an agenda. No, I know they had an agenda. I know where the agenda came from. It wasn't just organic. It was all part of an organized campaign. So, yeah, let's stop having people come in here that have an agenda that are going to bash other councilors. That'd be an appropriate thing to do. Having police present at meetings, if it seems that it's gotten that far. I mean, the times I walked out of here, I wasn't sure someone was going to grab me in the garage. I mean, you could see that happening. Wasn't going to worry about it, but I'm a little bit physically different from Councilor Rivera, so I think it's inappropriate for someone to go after her. But I think it's inappropriate for anybody to go after anybody. That sets the tone because, we all sit back and watch the show. It doesn't. I'd like to see council work together more as a team when we're getting blasted than has happened in the past. So I'm glad we're here in a way to finally start talking about this issue. Thank you.
Council Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I stand up and I say thank you for what you've put on the agenda. But I'd like to be a little bit clear about the difference that my colleague is talking about. That's happened on council night, and there is a policeman here. And I do recall that there were some folks who were taken out of here one night. And I do recall another night when this also took place over some of the things that were taking place, that the police officer was here to take these folks out. To the point of what took place last Wednesday night, it's really unfortunate because I guess I never expected anybody to, in my opinion, not have a respectful conversation. And yes, I do believe that we should have a police officer at these meetings after what took place on last Wednesday evening. Because quite frankly, we're a group of individuals. There's 3 of us that are in this building, and we're here by ourselves. And I don't think it's too much to ask to make sure that somebody is here for, to make sure that everybody is safe and everybody is okay. I think that we should have that, and I think that it's really unfortunate of what took place last Wednesday night. And quite frankly, I guess we all learned something by that, because I honestly felt helpless, that I didn't know what to do. And I guess we've all learned from this, and I think moving forward that, again, I believe that there should be a police officer in those meetings, as with any meeting, a public meeting that we have, and that's really for all of us, for all of our colleagues that are here. And again, I just want to say thank you for your support on this particular issue.
Councilor Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not naive enough to think that people don't come with personal agendas. I think most people come with personal agendas. I do agree that when your personal agenda starts becoming abusive or threatening, you shouldn't be allowed to participate in a meeting. There's no question about that. And no member of this council should ever have to feel intimidated any shape or form. But I think this goes to a bigger discussion, which we started to have before we changed the rules. And those on the Rules Committee did an excellent job in making our new city council rules better than they were before. But that doesn't mean that we still can't improve upon them. We have our own rules of conduct and how we're supposed to address each other. I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. We start every meeting, and there is a genuine group of people that are interested in items and speak passionately, whether they agree or disagree with what's on the agenda. And then there's a cadre, a small cadre of people who enjoy getting up in front of the microphone and trying to make us all look like a bunch of fools. And they may disagree with us, and they may agree with us, but that 15 minutes of fame seems to make them just want to make us look like a bunch of fools. I can take it. I have thick skin. I think we all do. But I'm wondering what the general public thinks when they watch City Council. What tone are we sending? Are we sending a tone out there that people respect us? They may disagree with us, but they respect the fact that we're doing the best we can? Or are we setting a tone that we're fair game for anybody to say whatever they want just so they could get their 15 minutes of fame? I think there ought to be some serious changes as to how we approach the public portion of the meeting. I'm not trying to eliminate anybody's right to speak. I'm not trying to reduce the amount of time they have to speak. But if we have to follow decorum with each other, I think the general public ought to follow the same rules. And, with all due respect to what's happened in the past, if we don't respect ourselves, I don't expect the general public to respect us. And I think we have to focus more on the decorum at our meetings, because we should, even if we disagree with each other, respect ourselves.
Councilor King.
Yes, I am in agreement that, the safety of my fellow colleagues are of the utmost importance. Being a public official, there's a certain amount of umbrage that you take as you move forward and represent the city, and that's understood. However, safety is paramount. And I really think that when you talk about committee meetings, I've been to a few now, there is less people in the building, and there are safety concerns. On another note, I will agree with my colleagues, Councilor Bergman and Councilor Gaffney, that it's about setting the tone. It's about decorum. And, I think we need to begin to demonstrate that type of decorum amongst one another as we present to the chair, as we present to the public. And I think that goes a long way. It sets the tone, as was referenced earlier. But when it comes to people's physical safety, aggressiveness, absolutely unacceptable. And I certainly think that, we have to be cognizant and aware of the importance of, at the same time, maintaining democracy, free speech, and what have you. And I look forward to voting on this and participating in ensuring a safe, respectful, democratic environment for all of us.
Okay, so,
Sorry,
Councilor
just-
Wilkes.
Mr. Chairman, having been here the longest, let me just say this is not a new subject. I remember sitting in this chamber in the middle of a city council meeting, and a male came up through the public area, went directly up to the mayor's podium and threatened him with bodily harm right in the middle of a meeting when the cameras were going. So to say that this is something that is unexpected is wrong. And certainly we need security. Frankly, I was shocked and disturbed that in December and January we heard 4 hours of absolute venom from members of the audience that I've never heard in all my years in public office. No matter how emotional an audience became, never heard those kinds of malicious attacks on city officials, on people in government generally. Hopefully we can recall that because we're living in a time of chaos and turmoil, that this is going to be expected. It's going to flow all the way to city council meetings, to elementary schools that are faced with danger from madmen. And yes, we do need some security. And yes, that need has been escalated. And I don't think it was just a meeting of a subcommittee that has forced this issue. It's been ongoing, and it was going to escalate until something forced us to admit that the world is changing and we have to change with it. And if that means more security, then that's what we do. We started the meeting with Moms Against Guns. What else do we need to start a meeting with that lets us know the world has become very dangerous? And if we need to have that danger anticipated, then so be it. And I would expect that we're going to have some changes in policies. And, of course, we're in budget session. It's going to cost more money, but it's well spent. Thank you.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes, just wanted to clarify, this isn't just about personal agenda. This is or kind of whether you have thick skin. For 5 years, this particular individual, in meetings, it's been an ongoing berating and bullying. This was different, and this was very different. This was completely taking off topic, and this was also someone who has a history of this type of behavior to the point of being banned from local organizations because of this kind of a violent type of verbal aggression. And so taking the history, taking the 5 years of this, believe me, that it's not about hearing disagreement or getting kind of berated or bashed, because that has been, I think, a hobby of this individual towards me. This was very different, and so I think that's really important. And I think Councilor Mero Carso said it, best in the sense of that we're looking at committee meeting. In these meetings, we have an officer here. In committee meetings, sometimes we're we don't have anyone here, probably maybe maintenance, and then we're just kind of on our own. So that's when it makes it a little more difficult.
Thank you. So send that to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request city manager amend and resubmit previous report on vacant and new positions. Item 9.36D, dated May 24, 2016. So, status of each vacant position as stated is proposed budget by department along with the annual vacancy factor associated to each respective department.
10F, 10G, 10H, 10I, all budget items. Move them as they read for the next budget session.
Okay. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
10J is an issue I think we need to resolve with a city solicitor opinion as to what this city council's role is in reviewing and voting on leases. It's a type of item that the Inspector General's office oversees, but we're going to keep it in-house. Motion is to refer to the manager.
Those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
And I think that's it for
City
me.
manager report as soon as possible to city council on whether many big trailer trucks and rigs are parking overnight Northern for Days of Mill Street, opposed Coles Pond, and near the former Price Chopper Market have the right and need to do so. Councilor Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know the city manager's task force on quality of life is working on this, so that certainly is good enough for me, and they're very, very responsive. We talked earlier, the city manager's office and his staff, and they've been terrific. Certainly district councilor knows that. So on this one, so much is happening around Mill Street and Coes Pond in particular. Make sure you stop by, take a look at the beach, the Coes Bathhouse, brand new bathhouse. It looks great. Soon we'll be moving Stearns Tavern. I hope in July. We're working on the foundation. Once we get the foundation and we move the Stearns Tavern over, and maybe by late fall, early winter, we'll have the park and playground actually constructed there. So much is going on, but it's amazing how many neighbors and businesses in this area have been complaining lately, not only lately, but especially lately, about these big trucks and rigs that park overnight. I don't know what they're doing there. I'm not even sure that little section right off Mill Street between the street and the market, the former market, I'm not even sure if it's city property, city road, or if it belongs to the market as a driveway. I just don't know. But the complaints have been fast and furious, so I just hope that the manager's quality of life team can come up with some answers on that. I don't even know if these trucks should be on Mill Street, these huge rigs. They probably don't even belong by our ordinances on that street. But looking forward to hearing information from the manager and his team on this. Thank you.
No, I'm just waiting for 12A. Just going to hold it.
Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. I was going to put 12A into finance, the same thing.
I was just going to hold it because it would go with the.
We wanted to go into finance, though. You don't want to hold it.
Yeah, it just makes sense.
Okay. So we did 10L, we did 11A, 12A. We're going to put into finance for next week's meeting. 12B, we already did. 13A to 13Y, motions to accept. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. To be ordained, 14A to 14J, roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Economo,
Yes.
Council Gaffney,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Lukes,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson,
Yes.
Council Rivera,
Yes.
Council Rosen,
Yes.
Council Russell, yes. Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. So motion to adjourn. Council Luke's motion to adjourn. Oh, prior to doing so, Council Bergman.
Rarely rise under suspension, but I did want to share with my colleagues something that they know of, but ask that they continue to spread the word on the World War II dedication. This Saturday, beginning at 11 a.m., they'll be staging for the parade. At 11:30, there'll be a parade from Union Station leading to City Hall. 12 noon, a program, and 1 o'clock activities. It's going to be a major, major event as that World War II memorial gets unveiled, and obviously we want to have the most respectful reception possible for our World War II veterans and heroes, and that means the biggest crowd we can get is going to be important. The weather's supposed to be nice, and obviously word of mouth counts. So if everybody, and with the internet and other forms of medium, however we can spread it, please consider spreading it.
Council Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also received an email from a gentleman, a former Worcesterite, Andre LaRue, who's the Executive Director of Mass Smart Growth Alliance. And there's going to be this Thursday, June 2nd, is going to be the 2016 Mass Smart Growth Conference at the DCU. And so he asked if I would let people know about it. You can register on masmartgrowthconference.org. If cost is an issue, you can go on the student rate online. There's a full program for the day. I'll certainly, I can send that to the manager, and maybe they can post it on the city website. And then finally, there's going to be a lot of speakers here. They're going to have Lieutenant Governor Polito and Paris Glendening, the former governor of Maryland, along with many more. And the keynote speaker is Dan Burden, who's an internationally renowned speaker on walkability and healthy communities, and he'll be there on Friday, June 3rd, to do a walking workshop around downtown. for folks. So he can be contacted at Andre at ma-smartgrowth.org. Thank you.
Councilor Toomey's motion to adjourn. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.